Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday. Market's open. I'm going to take a short right up here. Taking a short right here. Are we pumping into the open? I'm short at 650, looking for 530. Microsoft's drilling. We just hit 6,900 SPX too. There we go. There we go. Come on, come on. I want 590. Oh, that's brutal. My trim's at 590. I just take it here. There it is. 60-point game. I'm out half. Stop's going to break even. If it holds 500 to 540, I like it. $20-day sitting right here. It's awfully hard for me to long if we're up 240 points still. See if I can get to like 550 here. All right, everyone. Good morning, by the way. All right, came right into two levels that I expected to at least reject. Can I get 100 points to start the week? Give me 100 points to start the week. What's up, Evan? I want to sell call spreads on SPX, but I can't get in. My Vanquish isn't loading. Come on, give me 100 points. Come on, drill, 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 drill. 100. I've taken my trim right there. 552, 98-point gain. I'm out. Second trim. That's majority trim. So I'm out like 3/4 here. The gap fills way lower. IWM strong again. NVIDIA came all the way back in. I don't know. I had a level there, that 650 area, and then I had SPX at 6,900. So, and we pumped what 250 plus points overnight for no reason. So I figured I could get at least a scalp trade in. I'm break even 651. We're sitting right on the 20-day for NDX. The 9 right below that, we just wicked and touched it. The 21's a little bit lower. And the 50-day is it's at 338 on NDX, so 40 points lower. We're trading now. 540s. Selling credit spreads. 69.20, 69.40 SPX upside. The pivot points all the way down at 490, 487. That's the 21 right there on the daily, 21 EMA. All these EMAs are like, or whatever, moving averages, EMA, SMA, they're all stacked. The VWAP is right there too. NVIDIA is drilling. Tesla's up 3%. It's weird. The first Monday of the year after a holiday, this could be a really whippy day. SPX is just hitting right here. NVIDIA is about to go into the gap under 190. Broadcom's drilling. What's strong? Meta, Amazon are strong. Tesla's still strong. Semis that were trying to be strong on Friday are drilling. Oh. SPY yes, we're making a new high. 05 area, 6900 to 6905 was previous resistance on SPX. We left a big old gap, didn't we? Half a percent. All right. Sorry, I turned that music down for. I just now saw your comments. Sorry, I've been watching all this craziness at the open. I was tempted to add back up there. I mean, NVIDIA is absolutely drilling. Microsoft's getting rejected. And we never closed the candle over that. They could still buy this back up, but I don't know. I like where I'm at, and I like what I trimmed. How's everybody doing? Are you guys awake this morning? Quick 100-point trade would wake you up, I guess. Woke me up. No, don't do that. We want this one. I hate this resets like every. Oh, we do have data in 9 minutes. Data in 9. Look at my edge full pulled up here. The gaps are so big that they're unlikely to get filled. You can look at that data, but mini game says we up. Got a QQQ short off the rip. We're up a lot, and I don't think we're just going to blow through these levels. So it was worth a shot for like the pullback trade. I got what I wanted. Now I sit in here and I really am tempted to add right here, but it's Monday morning. There's data coming in 8 minutes. I think I'm just gonna take it easy. What's pushing this so much in the NASDAQ? All the big names are weak. Well, not all of them, but they may give us a second shot at that 650. Yeah, but energy is not pushing the NASDAQ. Energy's trying to gap fill. Banks are flying. Wow, Mercado Libre is flying. Ooh, Bitcoin. You're looking for a bounce in semis? What do you think bounces semis? It's weird. They're all like coming in. I'm about to add right here. Add some of my trims back. As soon as I say that, it wicks down. That CES doesn't start until tonight. And that CES, it's all like consumer stuff too. Like I think it's at 6:30 Las Vegas time, so like 9:30 market time. Who's mentioned A-Lab? That name's been on my radar. It's about to be it looks like a bearish engulfing. It could be a back test. It looks like it got stuffed. All right, I'll try a small ad right here. Very small. Just keep watching SPX reject. Oh, the day I just added right into data, didn't I? What a dumbass. I was stupid. I lost track of time and added right into the freaking data. My average is like 636 now. I'm about to just go to break even because that was probably a dumb ad. And if it trades over like 630, it should easily go to 650 or take out that upper wick. The data was fine, but it wasn't anything crazy or out of line. Where's VWAP 57? Come on, give me a drizzy. Give me a drizzy candle. At 535. I think it's going to hold right here. This 570 area. NVIDIA looks bad. Meta just made a new high. Amazon, yeah. CrowdStrike's buff. I'm putting my stop loss at break even so that the ad doesn't hurt me no matter what. It looks like it's gonna blow back up there to 650, and then I'll decide if I want to short again there. I need to start selling soon, or it's just gonna be a chop. All right, I'm stopping out right here in profit. I'm not gonna sit here and wait for it. If it wicks 650 again, I'll try it. Yes, looks like it's gonna go over. It just starts dropping here. I'm gonna chase it. IWM new high. Well, Baba was the other one you guys were talking about. What's Baba look like? Baba, this looks pretty good. The other level I have is at 688. Wow, gold's up 3% today. Oh, silver, God. Like, am I gonna re-short silver? Should I just try it again here? 650. Really stopped like 4 points short of where I was going to short it again. Nvidia and Broadcom look like they're about to go down. Wick up one time to 650. Don't make me short it right here. I swear they're going to make me start trying it here. All right, I'm going to try it one more time right here. What's doing so good in my portfolio? That's the other question. Besides Mercado Libre. All right, well, let's see what happens. Short at 651 again, or while my average is 649. There you go, BC. The problem is if this doesn't pull back now, the IB is going to need to take the high. There's too much of a bid under this market right now, but rejecting exactly in my box on SPX. What's up, BB? BC, I don't blame you. I just see weakness on Broadcom and NVIDIA both look super weak to me. Microsoft finally getting a red candle. Meta's still strong. Amazon's strong. Tesla new high. I don't only want to risk like 10 points on this, honestly, because if it goes over, it's going to take that high and probably go to 680s. So far, it's rejecting right at that 651 that I wanted to reject. SPX needs to pick a direction. There's too much of a bid under this right now, but I don't know. It looks. What's Valdi's Valdi Q is pumping. Valdi's not. There you go. Sweep and go down. Yeah, I'm putting my stop just 10 points. Right at that just over that last wick. I think it's going to hold here. 15 minutes at IB. It's probably going to want to go to the top of that. It's holding the outer VWAP band now. SPX is starting to hold on 6,900. Held it for like 10 minutes. Yep, I think we're going to go through here. We'll see how this candle does. Yeah, NVIDIA looks like it's holding 190 actually. I think everything's about to push. I have a feeling it's going to go take my stop and then go down. I'm going to be in a foul mood. Yeah, this thing's going to take my stop for sure. It's too strong. Yeah, I expect to just get stopped out on this one. 13-point loss. What's up, Retire on Dividends? My man Rod. They're live over on Spaces, and then they'll be live here with me this afternoon. Somehow has not hit my stop. This is NQ, by the way. I trade MNQ, so there can be like a couple points difference. But it's going to take my stop right here. Yeah, it just took my stop. I still might reshort right now. Edward, the Spaces are over on X. So our Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days. If you go to the Wolf Trading page, you'll see like a purple space. You can just join there and listen. Grandpa, I know how that means. I mean, I know how that feels. And the funny thing is, like, you can get in a long here, and I can get a short here, and we can both somehow be profitable. You're gonna make me get right back in this. I had to chase right back in, don't I? Yep. All right, I chased it. Risk that high. All right, 18-point risk this time. And they're going to push it. So I just have SPX still rejecting the same area. This doesn't work. I definitely got to wait for the 80s and the IV. NVIDIA just rejected pretty hard. Normally I like to give it more space, but yeah, they're going to go take the high. We're right at the level, though. Look at ES 6950. Yep, here comes my stop. They're going to take the IV high and go to the 80s, and then we'll see what's going on. No way this doesn't push. At least I can average up right here against my stop. Oh. Okay, well, no, we may be in business, actually. It's funny, my average ended up right back in the same spot. They're going to make me get out. Who are they? I went from buy pressure to sell pressure so fast just there. And I mean, sell pressure to buy pressure. I'll go back down to like 600. They're holding it. I'm gonna get paper cut right here. This first part of the year, they can't figure out what they want to buy and what they don't. I just stopped out again. All right, we'll wait for the IB. There's that. Really? Gosh. I want to try it again right here, but I gotta wait like 2 more minutes at least. Oof. SPX gets over 920, it has a gap to fill. That's not good. Did we just get our IB? Yeah, okay. Maybe I can try it if it just sweeps this high real fast. Try it again and risk 90. Okay, just go touch it. I have 683 and 684 and 688. Broadcom's recovering and Nvidia's not going anywhere. Problem is, if we do drop, do we just drop to 650 and hold? All right, ES broke its IB. Tough to short until NQ does. Otherwise, you dip by 650, 647. There's 688. I can't just short this bullish move though. Um, just gonna be patient here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go light. Go ahead, take a starter right here. I don't really want to get back up any more gains though. I took a starter. I'm giving this one more room. SPX like trying to break out though. And we're up 300 points. Surely we get some type of pullback. Yeah, see if we can take it back to 600. $605 is that 30-minute midpoint. Nvidia still looks like it's going to fall. Nvidia wants to fill the gap. Netflix is coming down. Microsoft kind of a topping. Amazon, it's at the 9, but it's got a couple reversal candles. Meta, which just wicked yesterday's high. Broadcom rejecting previous day low. Ooh. All right. I'm putting my stop at 690. Because if we hold 650, I think we're just going to trade back up and go test in the 700s. Where's half gap today? I don't hold the EMAs. I just should have waited for this. That was my original plan. So time to add to silver. I mean, I'll still be green on the day even if this one doesn't work out, but sure it'd be a lot cooler if it did. Got my first trim set at 606. SPX is too strong. Gold dropping. Oil. If we hold 650, you just hang it up. NVIDIA's trying. I feel like NVIDIA wants to drop so bad. I almost want to swing NVIDIA short. This sell the news. Should have shorted AMD actually. I think I am going to swing AMD short. Oh, we lost 650. Come on. AMD $200 puts for the end of the month. Yes is way too strong. Way too strong. I know, BB, that's exactly why I'm shorting. The CES event, like people are running these up into the CES event. CES, like it's just like consumer electronics. Like there's nothing that like typically like moves the needle. And they already ran up AMD before this. Look above the 50-day and fell. Yeah, sell the news, whatever. I don't see. I think I'm gonna take like 215s shorter dated too. How much are those? Yeah. Microsoft looks bad now. Need banks and energy to cool off. Tech will take us down. Yeah, I just CES. So CES, it's almost always like consumer, like check out this new AI laptop and this and that, and some futuristic stuff. Like they'll talk, but like if you think it's going to be sell the news, you want to get in before, and I can just get in some puts, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But to get in some puts with time, I love shorting like hype for no reason, and I feel like way too many people are talking about CES it's going to be some earth shattering. I mean, what kind of earth shattering, like game changing things are they going to? I mean, they're going to announce anything and be at their own event, not at the CES event. Like Nvidia has, if they have like an AI day or something, maybe you hear something, a new chip or something, but it's not like, I don't think you're going to get anything other than like, hey, we're working with Dell and we're working with, I mean, some of these other names may be worth watching. We're working with SMCI or Dell or, Micron or whatever. Like maybe for those names it's bullish, but it'd be interesting to see how many headlines we start hearing about everything going on in the world. Russia's saying something about Maduro right now. Broadcom looks bad. Amazon's same spot. Apple looks bad. Dang, Honeywell ripping. GE new all-time highs. Caterpillar's ripping. No wonder my portfolio is doing well today. All the banks are up. Hey, look how much these banks are up. These banks are like overextended. I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm not gonna be surprised if we just hold right here. I think this is going back to highs. Microsoft looks weak. Silver hit 70 to the dot. This may be just a comeback at lunchtime type of day. The way this day's going, I might just give away some accounts today. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm between patience and probabilities right now. I feel like today's going to get really choppy, but guess I could take a 50-point trum. Yeah, they're just, I mean, look at this. This is classic strong trend action. Outer VWAP band, EMA 9, bottom wicks. They're buying. There's no like upper wicks really on ES. ES is too strong. China condemning our actions now. Russia did already. Big surprise. That's the only news that I hear. Tommy, I was looking for like 606. I don't know. When's the last time we didn't even touch VWAP since overnight on ES? We probably find our way back down here at some point today, but after Friday, I wouldn't be surprised if today just grinds back up all day. That would kind of track. Really probably just need to get out of this. And the video's getting a hook. And the video wants to go back up. I think you're going to see a lot of shenanigans the next week and a half, 2 weeks. People buying some things back they sold, allocating money. You'll see some people pulling some money here and there. The funny thing is we've paused at both of my 2 levels up here. Slight pullbacks. See if we can get to like. Actually, I'm gonna try. We have to go ahead and take a trim at the 21 EMA if it does pull back down. What's that, 635-ish? Robinhood new high. Palantir's pushing. Your Mag 7's kind of getting weaker though. Oh, Netflix is getting a big. I swear, sometimes Netflix just has a mind of its own. Google selling. Nvidia's now pushing on volume. It's like they're like taking turns. Just slop chop. And ES is just grinding higher. Banks are getting the first red candle of the day. 15-minute XLF. All right, I'm mainly just looking for that 611 area now. Yeah, we got to get under 650 before I think about anything. I really probably should just trim here. De-risk. But I think we can at least get the 21 EMA. Or I just put my stop at break even. Ridgetech Robotics. I don't know. I have a hard time with tickers that go up and down 25, 30% a day. Did Ondas make the new all-time high? Oh no, I'm going to never hear the end of this from Wattbender. Yeah, I don't think this is. I think they're going to hold it here and test these highs. I hope not, but we've got to get some selling in ES. Like now we're diverging the other way. I just think we're further out from the robotics than people want to realize. Look at this. Now they're trying to buy up Qs and ES is selling. It's not a good sign when one catches up to the other. And the video is kind of strong now. Yep, NVIDIA just got a lot stronger. Boy, a lot of these tech names are having a really good day. Let's see, there's your opening range high. ES still above it. I'm gonna be real pissed if it just hits that same level, stops me out a third time, and then actually plays out. Oh. Colin, you're back. RWD. Or RDW, sorry. Oh, another 10% day on Redwire. Are you trading Redwire with options or commons? Right back to that $10 mark. Speaking of, what's RCAT doing? Oh, it's flying. That tracks. Well, Microsoft just caught a bid. Yeah, this is going to be sloppy. I'm in that weird spot of like my risk is set. I'm green, but It's not working out how I wanted it to. My DraftKings doing really well today or something? Oh, it's breaking out. Here comes my stop. There's my stop. Oh. Watch. They'll take my stop and then they're going to take this thing down 90 points or 80 points. ISM jolts on Wednesday. Friday we have NFP. Let's see, there's a pivot point at 710. Wow, my Mercado Libre is up 9.5%. No wonder my portfolio is doing so good today. My two largest holdings are up 9.5% and 4.3%. Well, this might turn into a really boring day for me. Oh, the 2x leverage Melly. Oh, I bet Nug. Shout out leverage shares. Nug. Oh, Nug is nugging. This is still that same. I mean, my original thought was to short here at 688 and give it like 30 points of room. Do I just sell again after taking 3 paper cuts and a big win? Or do I just sit here and take the punishment of being impatient? Just realistically, how much further are we going to go? Five 4-hour green candles in a row. Is the third time the charm? Do I do this again? All right, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to risk. Yep, I did it again. See if they sucked me in 4 times. Basically just risking what I made on that 100-point trade this morning. At least all these risks have been much smaller. Yeah, look, they sucked me in again. Oh, they fired Pete Carroll? I saw the Falcons coach get fired. The owner and his son were like hugging him at the press conference and fired him like 2 hours later. I mean, Tesla, is this a flag or is this toppy? You can make both cases. Let me go to 5 minute. NVIDIA, upper wick candle. Tesla looks like it wants to come down. Microsoft, still within that opening print. Meta's fine. Google getting a buy candle, of course, just one at a time. Broadcom looks bad. Yeah, I'm being greedy. Really, I'm trying to make back the paper cuts, which is a dumb thing to do, honestly. I'm just too early. Or this just goes higher all day. I mean, my call spreads are working so far. Up pretty nicely on those. If we look at Edgeful, all the IB broke. The back test to here happened. This is off the table. There you go, NVIDIA. Come on. Did y'all watch the ending of that game last night? Aaron Rodgers? And then the kickers? Oh, they've sucked me into this thing 3 times. ES just looks too trendy. Right. It's just kind of weird divergence because now you've got NVIDIA trying to roll back over, but you've got energy catching a bit again. QQQ low of day was the 50-day. I don't know, chat. Well, I am happy for Rodgers. I was betting on the Steelers to win that game, but the nice thing was I bought the spread, so I was sitting nice either way. I had a money line as a just a little like lotto, but I figured the Steelers would make the playoffs at home against division rival. That kick was weird though. It's like he opened his body up and came across it because it like. But the other kicker did the same thing. The Steelers kicker on that extra point. The hold was a little bit off. It was like leaning inward. Broadcom catch. Yeah, this is going to be one of those. Oh, Google. And now Google's headed down. Broadcom's headed up. They're just spreading this around, which means it's chop. Like I can go through my watch list. Like Netflix is ripping again. CrowdStrike's coming down. Tesla's coming down. Amazon's pushing up. Palantir new high of day. Yeah, Apple and Google selling while Broadcom, the weaker one, gets a pop. Yeah, it's yeah, this is gonna go up to like 710, isn't it? Yes, is about to make a new high. Uh-oh. So SPX is getting over. That's your squeeze potential. Pete Carroll got fired. Didn't the Browns fire their coach too? And the Falcons? Like, was that 3 coaches fired? Dude, it's only 11:30. Can't even lunch yet. Oh, it's gonna be a boring day. I'm about to watch my grass. Yes. I'm about to watch my grass grow in the winter. My call spreads are break even. I'm wondering if I should just cut those because it looks like it wants to go. Or it goes. I just know if I get out, then I'm falling on the knife and it's going to play out. I'd rather risk my gains from this morning than be upset with myself. Yeah, CS is today. It's like what, today through Wednesday, I think. Thursday. I don't know. Jensen speaks tonight. I think the keynote's at 9:30 Eastern. AMD keynote is late tonight. When is Jensen? Microsoft's about to make a new high. I think we're going to push. Apple looks terrible now, though. What is this slop? I need to pull the trigger to get out again. One p.m. Pacific time. So Jensen speaking at market close. Lisa Su speaking at like midnight. Nobody's even going to be awake for Lisa Su. I'm by myself almost every morning. I used to just do 2 days a week, but now I'm just streaming like every day. They're going to push it. Watch big wick up to the upside, take me out, and then it's going to drop. It's going to hit 711 at the pivot point. I don't know. ES has all kinds of room, so. Live streaming pay. We don't really make any money from from YouTube. Same with X Spaces. Only reason we're able to do this like for free all the time is because we have like some sponsors and stuff. But shout out to Edgeful. Obviously, everything on Edgeful is pretty bullish, which makes me change my targets, not fight too hard here. But I mean, since we have enough people, like, I just come over here and stream every day where I can. I mean, the goal would be to be live all day, every day. There goes Microsoft new high. And then like the rest of the crew is doing spaces still in the mornings. and then they'll come. A lot of them will come join me in the afternoon. Friday we do just the stream all day. I don't know. We're still testing the waters. I think the stream is way better. I don't know. I think most people agree. There's still some people that like Spaces better. They listen. They can only listen like on their phone or whatever at work, whatever. I get that, but being able to have visuals, I don't know. I like seeing people. Like It's not that I want to be on camera. I'm not like that type of guy where I just have to be on camera. But the like seeing somebody's like a real person, somebody's face. It feels so much better to me. Like when I'm watching people, you can listen to any like random whatever moniker, hiding behind a fake name and a fake whatever. So like for me, I'd much rather like Amit, for example. When I watch somebody stream, I like watching a face, a real name. That's why I put my name out there, because I don't know. There's too much grifting on X sometimes. I wish there was more to talk about this morning, but this like beginning of this year, I mean this chart looks fine. This chart looks good. SPX, S&P, or if you like SPY's chart looks really good. But after what we did Friday, it makes sense to retrace today, but do we retrace the whole thing? Very possibly. What would that? It's 100 points higher. If we consolidate here long enough, I don't know. I just don't see. I tend to play back to the middle because more times than not, you don't get just massive 2% days. Well, just give me one shot down to the 21. Yeah, that's the plan. Just stream anytime the market's open. Just stream. And there's gonna be slow times. There's gonna be whatever. I like hanging out. I like hanging out with you guys. I like having the chat. We can actually talk. Me and Tommy talk about football or whoever. Eventually, the plan would be to see if we could have like 2 or 3 people at least over here on the stream together, and then let Spaces kind of run. Just kind of let the two do their own, like just do 2 separate shows. This 684 to 688 area that I have, it's just stuck here. At least I haven't closed the candle over it. It looks like it's going to fly through it. VIX is about to make a new low of day. Maybe. Sitting on low of day. Internals are strong. Microsoft's ripping. We're literally like taking turns. Nvidia still looks rough-ish. Microsoft actually has room, doesn't it? Yeah, it's probably going to go back to the 200-day. Silver's still stuck under 70. Well, I tell you what happens next. I'm going to get a 30-point gain in trim, and it's going to fall 100, and I'm going to be pissed. This is setting up for one of those frustrating trading days. If we reject right here on the daily, I think we're definitely headed. And we'll test that 50-day again, but I think we could be headed back to test those lows and fill in that last gap again. Problem is, SPX just looks really good. Never even made it to the 50-day. Ooh, am I going to get a trim? They're going to make me trim. Now watch, if it wicks off right there, that's your, if it wicks off right there and pushes hard, that's the 21. Dadgummit. This is too strong. I'm just going to get out. Put my stop down. Maybe I'll just put my stop down to 90. Broadcom looks bad again. Why is Apple down almost 2%? Oh, Google just sold off. It's at the lows. Walmart's ripping to highs. Everything's doing something different. Netflix is about to make a new high. Amazon's strong. Tesla's pretty strong. Palantir's coming down. Oh. Turning into a grindy trend day. We haven't broken the 9 on ES all day. Or SPY. Where's QQQ? Sitting right on top of 620. There's a pretty heavy volume shelf on QQQ right here, 619, basically where we opened. If we break over right here, we're 625 on the Qs. So on the day-to-day, though, I'm going to get stopped right here. Yeah, I just stopped. I have the smallest of green days now. Yeah, I gotta wait till we get out of here at this point. But yeah, like the day-to-day, so like I do swing trading and investing too, obviously. I trade the futures more day by day. I do a little bit of options. Doing a little bit more now. But like if we look at these daily charts, dude, my long new 52-week high. Look at Millie. Oh my god. Dude, my Mercado Libre is up 11%. Really good day for my portfolio though. But on the daily, so like here's what I see on the daily. I see QQQ lost a 50-day but reclaimed and held it today. That looks fine. It needs to get a little bit higher up here and then it looks much better. SPY and SPX look great. You need to get back over 690, but they look fine. The Mag 7 though, Tesla, kind of in no man's land, but it's better than it was Friday. Nvidia's fine. Netflix is not good. Microsoft does not look good. It's below the 200-day. Meta's still stuck below the 200-day. It did hold the 50-day today, so that one's interesting. Google looks fine. Broadcom, this doesn't look good. And this is, I'm going like to the top 10 weighted stocks. Amazon looks like it wants to so bad. And then Apple looks bad. When I say they look bad, though, they have support lower. SPX is you're going to hit this 920, and then what do you do? They got Mercado, I think is what you're trying to say, Rambler. I use Mercado Libre all the time. I'd probably use it as much as Amazon or more. If you get over 710, 730, 750. But I feel like if you get over here, you just go to the previous day's high, don't you? You just traverse it. 25,800. I don't know. I can't long up 320 points in the day. SPX, this is the next spot, 620 over here. Over this, it's a 10-point gap fill. So what you're saying is short it again right here. I can't do it. I cannot do that again.
What's up, my friend? Good morning.
What's up, Jordy?
What's up, chat? Oh,
we're chilling. I had a good trade, and then I gave pretty much all of it back.
Oh, it's okay. We didn't go to London or midnight or anything. I got stopped out of my trade, but is what it is. Freaking, I don't know if you saw, but the new What's in Play on Edgeful is absolutely ridiculous. I love it. Like, you can just, I clearly see why we didn't go to midnight open. You look at the data, if you pick all the data points for midnight open, you can see like they're all conflicting. Whereas IB data, if you choose the 3 IB reports that we have, they were all in the same direction. You know what I mean? So just something for the audience to take advantage of. Like, you now have 3 different reports for almost every freaking singular report out there. So take advantage of them, use them in conjunction with each other instead of just using one alone by itself. It's really going to help. So some good stuff there. If I noticed that earlier this morning, I might have taken profits a little earlier. Although, no, I wouldn't have, because we didn't hit 8:30 open. We got a tick from it, and that's what I would have been starting to take profits at. So either way, I would have lost. But just a good note to have of like, okay, if I wake up in the morning and, you know, I was looking at the midnight open data and it's like, yeah, big chance we go see it. But based on the week or the day of week, the Monday, on Mondays, we don't generally see that happen. So there was only a 47% chance in the past, 6 months that we've seen that happen. So conflicting data there. It's helpful.
Andre was texting me or DMing me or whatever about it, and he told me to start. He sent me a link to start playing with it. I've just been too busy with holidays and all this stuff going on to.
Yeah, it might be. I think it's released for everybody now, because I just went to my
I think it released today. Yeah.
Good stuff.
I took a look at it the other day. I saw it. I was like, dang, I really need to get that set up. But
I was a little intimidated at first, and you might be if you're in the audience, because there's a lot of reports and it's kind of looks like a lot. But just pick the reports that, you know, fit you best for your trading, and just focus on those to start.
I'm gonna be so mad if that stopped me out just to come work out like I figured it would. I've been flip flopping on my like thought process too much today.
Hey, you did just come off like one of your best days. I think your best day ever. So
yeah, and I think that's why. So I think that's why I'm treating differently today, which is it's a tough mental thing to not do.
It's funny. It's not talked about enough. The like struggle of, because everybody thinks if you're just like, if you have a big day like that, you're just winning. But it's actually a struggle when you come off of a big day like that for your psychology, because you can either be of one of two places. You want to stay in the middle, but you can be a little overly confident where you're going in heavier or taking trades because, you know, preemptively because you think it's going to work out the way you think. Or you're just showing up and you're freaking scared to take anything because you just had a giant day, you know?
That's what I'm doing. I'm playing the safety side of things.
And then you decide to do it, but by the time you decide it's too late now, and then you get
So I hit a 100-point trade and then I took like 3 stop outs and like just gave it back instead of like being patient.
That'll do it.
So like I'm green by like $100, like, but
yeah.
And I don't say green is green because I know the mistake that I made and I'm just paying for it, so it's fine. Like I'm fine. It's still a green day, but geez, like
it just sucks.
It could have been way worse, but it's just I knew, and there's just a lot of stuff going on in my brain, so like I'm just trying to stay alive today, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, this area that I had here is still working, and
I still think we can sell off to kind of where I was looking this morning, but it's just
I sold spreads.
Me too. I have a lot of call spreads actually.
I have a lot of call spreads sold on SPX above us, but
I sold 623s on Qs.
Needs to reject right here. That's for sure.
I'm at over 50% here, so we're doing good. I want to let those expire though. I have no reason to not try and let these expire today. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I kind of like I'm pretty much guaranteed to hold these end of day. Also, I like the short right now, but
it's still tough because like
if you've tried it all day, you've been fucked. But I do starting to like it a bit better after we take out these highs. We just hit a daily bearish for value gap on MES, which I've been looking for the market to rebalance to today. We finally did. It's also sweeping Tuesday's high, so I've been screaming it all morning on Spaces. That's where I expect rejection and potential high a day to be. Of course, high a day is hard to call, so that's why it's this general zone from 961.50 to 969.
So
but I like it.
I really think we go back to like 610.
Yep.
If we hold the 650, honestly, then we just hold it. I could see much lower, but it's just if we reject right here on the daily, I think it gets really.
I still want midnight, bro, but I don't know if I'm gonna get that.
Look at this 15-minute candle setting up right at that. Oh. This is the edge of a gap right here. 620, a whole number.
If you go to a 1-minute chart on NQ, we just saw after we took out those highs this last time, you saw a beautiful inverse for value, saw change in the state. If you run standard deviation on that, -4 takes us to 620s.
This is what's frustrating. I have the 684, 688 area that I wanted to short against. We still never closed a candle above this in the 15-minute.
Yeah. And if you've noticed, every time on NQ specifically that we've tried to take highs, we've had a high a day rejection. We may have gone back up and like tried to take out the highs again and done it, but overall all day today, every time we take out highs, it's this, it looks like they're shorting the pop when they do. ES still holding up decently stronger, but did just tap into that daily for value, so I don't expect us to trade much higher. If we trade over 969, I'm just wrong, and this market is way stronger than I thought. Joe sniped it this morning, had a small green. I'm done for the day. Good stuff. Yeah, I took the L, but I'll get him back.
Disgusting. Look at the, NVIDIA looks like it's gonna just drop, but IWM's making a new high.
Yeah.
Microsoft's flagging. ES still hasn't even broken under the EMA 9 on the 5-minute chart.
Joe's
Tesla's
happy he
at
didn't listen to
highs.
me and hold his position this morning. He would have gotten fucked. Sorry, Joe. I'm glad you did your own thing.
Costco actually looks kind of strong. Netflix made a new high. Walmart made a new high.
It's funny how we can kind of switch
Oh,
up.
here goes Nvidia.
It's funny how we kind of switch up, Joe, because like the last week and a half, 2 weeks, every single day, we take out overnight highs, we go to the lows, and vice versa. And I mean, majority of the time, that's what's happening. That's precisely why I trade the way I do and why I look for my bias from those levels. But it always sucks when you get that morning, especially on a Monday. It's like, no, we're not going to do it today. Like fuckers. But still trading spreads. And still opportunity to move lower, in my opinion. So day's not over.
Here goes Nvidia. Look at Nvidia. Oof.
I know Nvidia's okay. So all day we've had, Microsoft holding us up. Finally caught a bid. Meta. What was the other one? Amazon.
Google just went red.
Yeah, Google low a day. Nvidia's been weak all day, low a day. AMD's low a day. Netflix. Whoa, caught a bid. Okay, I didn't realize that. That was rough. That was.
So they're like they're all taking turns. Banks are at highs.
HD ripping.
Jordy,
Silver ripped too.
Jordy, here's my. All right, here. First off, this is my largest position in new all-time highs, up 5.5.
Bro, how much are you up on your long-term year-to-date right now?
Look at this, my third largest position. That's Mercado Libre, 11. What are?
Dude, what's going on? Whoa, silver just got smacked.
Did silver get rejected? Sorry, I was checking wanted to check my long term.
ASTS pumped. I didn't take what I was looking at. I know ASTS cooked. It's weird though. Like space names are kind of mixed. At least the two. I didn't look at any others. But like Rocket Lab down. I don't know if there was news.
My
Down
account's up over
3.5%.
2.36%. My equities
Just year to date or today?
Today.
What are you year to date?
2.4.
Solid. By the way, reminder for everybody, I told everybody on Spaces, but for people that weren't on Spaces, the big 60% off sale for Vanquish is over. We got 25% off now, but that's over. We got Paul popping in from Leverage Shares too. We're getting him in. What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just
happy 2026.
Happy 2026. Happy New Year. Just trying to crank up here. Nothing happened while we were gone. I mean, like nothing.
I know.
Yeah, no regime change or geopolitical event. You didn't miss anything.
Anybody put any money into Venezuela over the weekend? I mean, come on.
I had friends from back home texting me, asking me if I was going to buy real estate in Venezuela, and I said, no, I'm not.
Not everybody thought oil was going to go.
Hearing like that many people asking about it.
No, but like oil, I mean, check out the oil markets. Look at crypto taking a rebound because they had they have that stockpile that I think they're like talking about them in the same vein as like BlackRock and MicroStrategy with like 600,000 coins that'll now just be like in limbo for the next 5 years. So really, really interesting stuff. Oil companies it started to take a little tick up. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Lots happening in the world. I got the TV screen on over here. Interesting for sure.
Well, Paul, I'll say this first off. You guys have NUG. So my largest position is Nubank in my portfolio. And Nubank is
I forgot that existed.
Yeah, Nubank is up over 5%, but NUG is up almost 9% today. The other one, my third largest position is Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre is up 11% today. So these Latin American names are really, really flying. And I love that you guys have NUG. I wish you guys had like a MELG, like a Mercado Libre G. I would be in that
we can
for
make
sure.
We can make it happen for sure.
But I am curious, like, just starting off, maybe thoughts around there from the oil side of things. Like, I just did some basic research. You and your team are much more research than I am. But on the oil side of things, the way I understand it, they have like a sour crude, and they don't have the infrastructure fully there yet. It doesn't seem like oil itself is going to be a big storyline out of the, I mean, at least not in the near term as far as like oil prices or anything. It seems like there's not going to be much that's changing there. I'm curious if you have any thoughts around that, because I know a lot of people are kind of trying to figure out what's going on there. And then maybe Latin America, any or defense or anything from maybe this event going on that you guys are looking at.
Well, defense for sure, just to start off, because when you think about like the attack, like there was a great meme on Instagram, which I love, which was like, this is why I trade Palantir at 250 times, right? Like it was because, and they started showing all the precision on the attacks.
I saw that. He said Maduro just found out why Palantir trades at 400 forward PE or whatever, and I laughed so hard. I shouldn't have laughed at that, but I did.
I laughed hysterically too, and they were like showing the precision strikes. I mean, like when you think about defense and when you think about military capabilities, like for sure, like there is technology is being brought into defense like nothing we've ever seen before, and I think all the defense companies are going to incorporate that. And this is why when we go back to like the AI trade, and I'll get to that in a little bit, but it's like it's going to permeate throughout every industry, every sector, and you've got to be conscious of that. And so what you're seeing is like, yeah, why are these stocks trading? Because everybody's got to get up to speed. So yeah, defense number one. I think that's like an interesting play. The financials, like the financials is a place where I think like there's a ton of opportunity. I mean, like when you think about who's going to be behind, like what goes on with everything that's going to be invested inside of, Venezuela, South America, they're talking about now how there's like massive cracks within Iran because of this. Like certain parts of Tehran might not have water. Like you're going to start to see, I think, the world change, and I think there's a lot of things that are happening. Venezuela is strategic for a lot of different reasons, right? So it's about minerals, it's about energy, and even if the energy isn't ready yet, think about what's going to happen with the energy companies. Like they're going to go in, the oil companies are going to go in, they're going to restructure everything. That's a big opportunity for American energy companies, oil companies that have kind of been like a little bit stagnant. In the last administration, there really wasn't a lot of great opportunity for them. And now they're going to reemerge, right? So it's not just about the oil price. I think oil prices will come down, which will help benefit us from the standpoint of like, when you think about inflation calculations, it'll give the Fed more room to be able to lower rates. And when you think about this administration, it's not just about, like, people talk about Venezuela and regime change and whether or not we should have gone in or whatever. Everybody's just got to get their arms around the fact that we are going to reset the global sort of structure, and we're going to reassert, the United States is going to reassert itself on the global landscape. And we're going to do so in a way that probably hasn't taken place since like the 1940s and the 1950s. And again, you could like it or not, but Greenland is coming back on. We got South America, and every single person that I've talked to that is of South American descent loves what happened. Like, forget about what you're seeing in like, certain cities like New York and California, and or like every single person in Latin America loves it, because what this does is it knocks down the corruption, the cartels, the regimes, and it allows for capitalism to re-enter. And if you see that happen, the administration, this administration, Trump in general, like he's going to do everything he can to accelerate growth, because let's face it, we have a massive deficit and a massive debt problem. And the only way to do that is to do two things. It's to, like you can get out of debt by weakening your currency, right? And he's going to do that, and then he's going to like look for massive growth around the globe. And if you take those two things, I just think that the economy can be turbocharged over the next 3 years. And I'm not saying that as some kind of optimist that is just like blind. Will there be problems down the road? Potentially, because like he's going to like turbocharge this thing. But I just think like if you look at the sectors where there's growth, the financials, defense, AI, crypto, these are 2 to 3 year plays, and there's going to be lots of movement and volatility inside of that. So great for investing, great for trading, and there's just too much to talk about, really, like too much to talk about. So with that said, again, I look for stocks that have been sort of beaten up a little bit because of news and noise. Like, where do you want to get back in? I threw a name out. I don't know if it was on this or if it was on one of the podcasts that I do with you guys, like Affirm Holdings, like the buy now, pay later, right? That thing is starting to move. And it's moving because they had stronger sales in the fall.
Wow.
Yeah. And like it's a name that has been sleepy because, again, going back to like the big banks, like there's been a movement to hold them down. They're going to reset like how people think about credit, how they think about loans, how they think about like purchases. And it's a Max Levchin company. I mean, it's one of the original PayPal Mafia guys. He's super smart. He's super patient. He's never sold a share of the stock, even when it's taken off. So the way that I'm looking at this is like how to position. It's like, where is the new economy going? Where is new infrastructure going? All of that ties into AI. And then when it comes to financials, not just are they going to be investing in all of these things that are going to happen around the globe, but they're also investing in tech too. So when you think about their valuations today, like people say, well, they've really had a big run up. Like, is now the time to get in? Like, they're going to get value. They're going to be reevaluated. Like, their valuations are not just going to be tied to old stodgy banks anymore. They're going to be looked at as like tech companies because they're revamping everything into the new age of like digital, blockchain, all that stuff. And so I just think there's a ton of opportunity, ton of growth. If we don't grow, if we don't grow at the pace that this administration has charted out, we have such a huge problem with our debt. So it's either grow or die, and we're taking really bold steps. We're re-entering into places where we have just been dormant for years, and I think South America and the Middle East are two places where the United States is really going to reassert itself, and I think there's just tremendous growth opportunities across the board.
Yeah, there's so much we can unpack here. This is Paul Marino joining us from Leverage Shares, Themes, ETFs. Always great to have his thoughts on here with us during the lunch hour. I hope you had a good holiday. We didn't get to see you there for a week and a half or so, and it's always great to have you. I like throwing questions at you because you guys are so researched over there and a lot of these things, and I know the audience appreciates the thoughts. I want to go back. So we talk about the 2X leverage ETFs a lot on here, and we do have a lot of a trading crowd, but with everything that's going on, I want to hit on some of the themes as well. And I know we talk about this over on Stocks on Spaces a lot more, but for this audience over here, you guys do have NATO. We're talking a lot about defense here. I want to hone in on that one a little bit. And I looked at the NATO ticker. Great ticker name, by the way. What a ticker name. That's fantastic. Up 3.2% today. I mean, new all-time highs. This is up and to the right. You talked about the defense spending, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. Tell me about NATO a little bit here. Some of the names that are in here. What do you guys like about it? You mentioned some of the pieces there, I guess, with the continued spending and the America First and all this stuff. I think that this theme continues. I agree with you on that 100%. What's the thought process around here, and why choose what you guys chose in here for some of the larger holdings?
Yeah, let's take a look at the conversations that happened after Venezuela, right? So all around the globe, even our allies, right? They're very pointed in what they say. So they do like, you know, nobody recognized Maduro as the actual president of Venezuela, right? So they're thinking about that. This is just from our ally perspective in NATO countries, but they're also quick to sort of separate themselves from having, you know, been a part of this, right? Because they're worried about the ramifications from a UN perspective and whether or not this was legal, so on and so forth, right? And we don't have to get into that discussion. But for the first time in a long time, they're taking on a position of like national defense. Like they're talking from their own perspective, and you're getting mixed viewpoints. And so why is that important? Because for the first time in a long time, they are taking on a stance of their own national security and what their own national security position is, not just this group think from, you know, Europe or from NATO. And people are sort of taking sides, but that's important because the whole premise of this NATO ETF is the repositioning of NATO countries individually, building out their own defense, taking responsibility for their own militaries, and sort of having that national perspective. And when you think about it, it's all tied together through the NATO organization, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And the reason why that's significant is because that's where the spend is coming from. So this ETF in and of itself is comprised of aerospace and defense companies that build military ammunitions, drones, defense, aircraft, so on and so forth. And it is being funded by their renewed interest and their renewed responsibility in building out their defense capabilities. So they've already made commitments to increase spend from 2% of their GDP to 5% of their GDP. We are no longer giving them things. We're no longer lending them things. If they want to buy, they've got to buy from us, and they've got to use that spend to buy from us. So it's a mix of both U.S. defense companies, because number one, we all know that the U.S. has the greatest capabilities in the world, and so they have to buy from us to get up to speed. But it's also European companies that are within those NATO member countries that have to reinvest and rebuild in their own capabilities. And so you know, you'll see some dips here or there because people think the world is just gonna, you know, like settle and be peaceful and that people don't have to do this. But every single country in Europe that's part of NATO, the United States, we all have to like make sure that we are on the front line of defense. And the US just showed how far ahead of everybody else they are. So the continued spend and investment in these types of companies is going to continue to grow. And, you know, this is the type of place where we get investors that come to us all the time and say, like, what's the timing for this? When is it over? And I'm like, it's not over, like, for a long time. Like, everybody is so far behind the US that they've got to catch up. So they're going to have to continue to spend. And besides that, the US is never going to take their foot off the pedal. Like, we always want to be 5, 6, 10, 20 steps ahead of everybody else. And what you just saw over the weekend was how far advanced we are in front of everybody else. I mean, like, there was a great line that somebody made like that, you know, as strong as Russia is, they couldn't even take out Zelensky when they tried to go into Kyiv. Like, we put an operation into place, and with 2 hours, we removed, you know, somebody that was indicted in New York City, brought him back, and you know, on Saturday he was in a Brooklyn prison. Imagine that. This guy's in Caracas, like he's all secured. He's got his, and like in a day he was in a Brooklyn prison. Like, it
really does show how powerful the U.S. is compared to
it's crazy. It's almost scary, right?
It is. Well, it is scary.
30 minutes. The helicopter was there for 30 minutes total for the operation.
Yeah. So if you don't think that we just put everybody on alert as to what they're going to have to do over the next, you know, it's going to take a long time, but 5, 10, 15, 20 years to get up to speed with where we are, as opposed to just relying on us. Because again, I don't know what the future holds. And in 3 years, we're going to have another election, and, you know, we could have a different administration, so on and so forth, and they could change course. But at least for the next 3 years, and I think beyond, you know, European countries are on notice. Like, if you want to be safe and secure, don't just rely on us. You got to build up your own defense capabilities. And oh, by the way, the situation with Russia and Ukraine is not anywhere near resolved. I think we've made great strides. Like, I don't think people understand the importance of what this did to Venezuela. Venezuela was a safe haven for Iran, for Russia, for China, and that's all gone now. Like, it's literally gone. And the Venezuelan people are going to rally behind this United States support. Will we profit from that? Will we be better off for that? Absolutely. But they'd rather have us coming in and doing it and creating investment and creating opportunity than having these, regimes, these communist regimes, socialist regimes, oligarchy regimes coming in and taking full advantage of them and keeping the people down. So these next few phases are critically important. Whether or not the Venezuelan people's government stabilizes and whether or not the people continue to rally around the investment that the United States is going to make is critically important. But what I think you're going to see is American companies coming in, they're going to advance it. And I think we've weakened the position of Russia, weakened the position of China, weakened the position of Iran. And I think this gives the European nations the ability to start to really focus on building up their defense capabilities and reasserting themselves, globally. So, I that's the way that I sort of look at it. All of these companies, like I said, the best in aerospace and defense in the United States, the best in aerospace and defense in Europe, and the investment and the spend in building up their own defense capabilities will go into these companies. So I love this theme. Love this thing.
Yeah, it's all really good thoughts. Of course, it's crazy how the technology that's out there and how they pull this stuff off. And then I think about, like, okay, if anybody else is trying to keep up with us, we're just going to always stay ahead. And it's like this. It seems like the spending is never going to stop. And with the new age of AI and drones, it feels like that's not going to stop either. And I know, like, we have several people that have been following the drone thematic as well. Do you have any thoughts around just drones? Because, I mean, there's some of these drone names are flying, and it seems like that's like the next level of warfare that, you have to keep spending to keep up with the changing technology too. You can't just say, well, we just have better fighter jets than you and stuff. All of a sudden now you've got these crazy drones that are using AI to do a lot of this stuff too.
Well, yeah, I mean, that all goes back to, we think it's two separate things. So the defense companies are going to make money from, building up the defense and stuff like that. Are they going to use AI? Yes. So several of the aircraft were unmanned, right? And they were providing cover for all of the manned aircraft that were going into that attack, right? So that is aerospace and defense, but that's all AI, right? Like, that is all of the massive technological revolution that's happening. And again, you have to have men, because in order to go and apprehend somebody, bring them back, make sure that the extradited properly, you're going to have men on some of these aircraft. But I think what you're going to see moving forward is a lot of these unmanned, not just drones, but like aircraft, like high-powered aircrafts that are going in and providing cover. And so, yeah, I think it's all a piece of it. So there's going to be massive investment, massive build-out. Countries are going to need this technology. The United States is going to lead that charge, and we're so far ahead already that everybody's got to catch up. So what you're seeing is, Theodore Roosevelt had a great comment back in the day before all this technology came about. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Okay, this is not a big stick anymore. This is like a big, supercomputer, right? That you got to carry. And
it's a big NVIDIA. It's a big chip. It's a big NVIDIA chip.
Yeah. When I go in and I look at this, it's like, okay, South America opens up. Like, who's going to be the beneficiary of that? We're going to be the beneficiary of that. You talked about NVIDIA taking a dip today. Why? Because everybody's rotating it to other things. But again, for me, I look at that and I go, well, if we're going to rebuild Venezuela and we're going to start to reassert ourselves in South America, like, you're going to need high computing for that. Like, they'll do just fine. And if we reassert ourselves and we show that, countries like China, Russia, Iran, that are going to have to work with us, I think a big piece of that is, what's going to happen with all the architecture once those things start to change. And if we do see a change, in regime and some of those places, if we, like there's going to be massive investment. And I think all U.S. companies are going to, not all, but like the major ones, like an NVIDIA, like these aerospace and defense, like AI tech companies, they're going to benefit for sure.
I'm curious, Paul, do you think it's possible we see a slightly like more muted returns from the market over the next few years, just given like what we did the past 3 years? I mean, this year we closed up 16.35% on SPY. Last year it was 23.3. The year before it was 24.29. And, I'm long US stocks. I am all big believer in all this. But at the same time, I'm curious if you see returns as being a little bit more muted over the next few years, or maybe no, right? Maybe we see energy take over a little bit there. I'm just curious on your thoughts on whether we can see some dominance from other sectors, or you think maybe we do see muted returns there.
I don't know. There are things that make the world go round, right? So, and I tend to want to focus on those. It's kind of like, I'm a new age investor. I see the world very differently than Warren Buffett, but like Warren Buffett and all those old school value investors, like they invest in infrastructure. Just infrastructure is different. The one thing that never changes is energy. We need energy, and it's not just about new energy. That's going to be big as well, like uranium and nuclear and all of that stuff. Like I see that as something that's critically important, but you can't just make that jump overnight, right? So, the fact that we are keying in on strategic oil reserves tells me that fossil fuels isn't going anywhere. And there's such a need for energy of all types that, it's going to be robust across the board. So when you ask me about future growth, whether it's going to be muted, I would say to you, like, what are we going to stop in innovation that means that we're going to be muted?
Yeah, exactly. It's tough to guess that. Yeah.
Anybody sitting on their hands, like we talk about we just talked about defense. We didn't even talk about robotics. We didn't even talk about cybersecurity. We didn't even talk about crypto and blockchain and the new financial world. Like, what's going to stop? We may be in a place where we are just like at such a new paradigm of building out all the infrastructure that we may be going back. Like, even though we're modern, even though things are different, even though things are highly based on technology, we're just at the beginning of building out all these things. Like I don't know. I don't know how growth stop. Like, what makes growth stop?
Paul, it's funny you say that. Somebody the other day made the comment that remember when the airplane and the automobile came about, and how long everyone was building out for that and the infrastructure they had to build out for that. And then somebody also went back and said, well, remember the printing press, the printing press, when that came around, and the access to knowledge, this is that times 1,000 with AI. And it seems like we're having kind of like AI is kind of both of those revolutionary technological times in history kind of pushed together. And those things don't just like happen overnight. Those are long periods. What's your take around that?
Yeah, it's a massive infrastructure build out. I mean, like, you think about all the pipes and the cables and things that are just laid out across. Like, I was just down in Florida, and I'm looking at, we rented this great house, but then I'm looking at all the telephone poles and the electrical wires and all these things, right? Like, all that is now being rebuilt in a different way through technology. And we're just at the very beginning of it. So, like, there's tons of things that have to happen. And then once that happens, like, where do we go next? We go to outer space. Like, and I'm not saying that it's going to be linear. No,
it's everywhere.
It's going to be linear. But, like, the capabilities through technology are so advanced, and we haven't laid any of the infrastructure for that. And that's why I kind of laugh. Like, I kind of laugh when people are like, oh, NVIDIA's dead, man. Like, there's no more. Like, it's over. AMD, like, short those stocks. Like, there's nothing left for. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, we haven't even scratched the surface. And so I think we're just at a new paradigm of growth in the U.S., which will expand to the world. And like, if you think that we're advanced, we're much more advanced than the rest of the world. However, there's so much more for us to do in the U.S. Once we do it in the US, the world's going to have to catch up. And that's going to take like an incredible build out. So I don't want to be like overly hyped. I don't want to say that this thing goes straight up in a line, but I can't see how, like, who's going to stop this? Who's going to stop it? The only thing that can potentially stop it is, like, you know, we are massively in debt and we've got to fund all this stuff. But again, what I think I see right now is an administration that's going to elect a new Federal Chair Reserve. There's two ways, like I said, to get yourself out of debt. You got to, you know, like, massively inflate your currency. That's one way. And then you've got to grow your way out of it. And we have an administration right now that's going to do both at the same time. Both at the same time. And, you know, again, like, I saw somebody ask this question. It's like, why do you have to have even a modest rate of inflation? Well, if you're borrowing all this money, you have to have a moderate rate of inflation, because that's the only way to, like, help grow out of the debt. And I don't see that ending anytime soon. I think people have to be smart in where they invest, and they have to, like, tune out the noise and, like, really think about where the growth areas are. I talked before the holidays about the miners and their energy capabilities, and you're seeing the miners take. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, like, to me, some of these things are just logical. They're just logical. Like, where do you want to invest, like, for the future? And I think energy is critically important. Look, so you look at HUD 8 right now. HUD 8 is taking off, right? Like, it got beaten up a little bit, and then it's taking back off, right? And they're sort of leading that energy.
Is that all-time high?
I believe it is.
No, not quite.
Close.
Not quite, but it's in there. I mean, multi-year highs is what it is. So this is way back in that 21 craze. But like a lot of these crypto miners kind of have this dual purpose to be data centers too now, don't they? Like, I've seen a couple of those, like IREN is another one that gets talked about a lot. HUD 8 gets talked about a lot. And it seems like they can do both.
Yeah, they're doing both. They're mining, they're using AI, and they're creating an energy infrastructure that's more efficient. They were originally doing that as miners to help their mining business and to help, like, you know, crypto, because it was so energy intensive. And then all of a sudden they started to shift as there was less mining happening with the halving of, you know, Bitcoin, and they started to move that over to the data centers. And so again, like, there's so much that has to happen in these you know, critical components to the next paradigm of the technological revolution. You know, and one of the things that I'll say is, while they haven't taken off to all-time new highs, you know, maybe that's a good time to get in for investment, because, you know, you don't want to invest all the time at new highs. You want to invest before things start to take off. But what they have done is they've created some basis for themselves. And so for me, I mean, I think that's encouraging. And there's winners and losers in everything. But what I'll say is, you know, you're really starting to see some things stabilize, and they're creating higher lows, and they haven't hit higher highs yet, but in the channel they are. So I think, like, it's something that people need to look at.
A couple other sectors that you've mentioned here. One, I want to ask you with, like, Latin America. I'm pretty bullish Latin America. Melly and Nubank, I mentioned earlier, both, you know, some of my favorite companies. I have some kind of firsthand experience living down here that I use these companies and see these companies and kind of know what they're doing. But I'm curious, with the U.S. being the leader and a lot of people wanting to be kind of U.S. first. Do you see any opportunities internationally in emerging markets right now, whether it be Latin America? Obviously, I think China, I know you guys have that Dragon one that I think is very interesting, DRGN. But in emerging markets or other markets, are you seeing any opportunity outside the US? Or are you saying, hey, maybe there's a little basket in the portfolio for that, but US first? I'm just curious your positioning there.
So I think it depends on the sector, and I think it depends on the thematic. Again, I already talked about when you think about various different components of this, like the reason why I like U.S. companies is because they are the leaders. Like, you know, it's really hard for me to talk about, you know, tech in Europe or tech somewhere or in South America. Like, the leading tech companies right now are in the United States. And I think that technological revolution is driving everything. And so that's big. But again, if you look at defense, they have to build up their capabilities for sure. If you look at financials, we have a globally systemically important bank ETF, GSIB, right? And so there's a large majority of those banks are in the U.S., but it's spread out across the globe. And I think the important thing there is like, what is the structure of those financial institutions? Are they systemically important? Will they have, are they interconnected? Do they have the majority of the deposits? Is there a backstop because they are so important globally and so interconnected that if something were to happen, they would have a backstop? And all of those things are true. And so that's another place where you could think about investing internationally with some cover. And also the other thing is, with Basel III and the Financial Stability Board, they're held to a higher standard. So, we've seen this, take this, like, look at the chart that you just put up on the screen. Like, who doesn't want to be in a chart like that? And we don't think that it's going to like tail off. We think that that's going to expand, because there's so much investment that needs to be made around the globe. All the things that we just talked about, these banks are going to be the critical component to that in funding all of that. And so we love the largest financial institutions in the world. This is a great way to capture that snapshot of all of them if you don't want to pick winners. And then the second piece to that I would say is, again, they are evolving and bringing in technology. And so they're really not just global financial institutions anymore, but they're like fintech companies that are going to be able to scale faster than anybody else. And so they're going to benefit from that. I think they're going to benefit from that in their valuations. And instead of seeing, companies that are trading at 1x book or 2x book and everybody's worried about the valuation, I think you're going to be able to see higher multiples in some of these financial organizations. And I think you see that investment theme continue for a long period of time. But look at it, it's a great chart.
Yeah, it's a fantastic chart. I mean, I'm looking at that. I mean, boy, I don't think you can say anything negative about this chart other than where in the world do I get an entry in this thing on a day like today? But outside of that, I mean, and I look over like XLF, just the large banks themselves. You look at some of these big ones, Citigroup, all-time highs. I mean, these charts are not only straight up, they just consolidated and they're now ripping again. I've heard a lot of people bullish on the big banks going into this year. Deregulation maybe with the Fed, new Fed chair, administration very friendly to them. This seems like one of the, I mean, obviously I don't think AI or anyone's getting away from AI, but when I try to think about the other, it's energy and banks are the two that I keep hearing about. Obviously some other smaller sector thematics, but when I think about the bigger sectors, it seems like banks and energy are the two that I'm hearing everyone discuss in our circles.
Yeah, and I said it at the top of the podcast. Like, I love energy, the energy companies, especially in the U.S. I mean, they're being positioned. You get all the people that are like, oh, if they're going to put people in place to build this infrastructure, it's got to be safe. But like, I agree. I want it to be safe. I want workers from the United States to be able to go down there and be safe and all that stuff. But will they run into problems? I'm sure. Like, that's happened anytime we've expanded into places. Like, that's just the nature of going outside of the United States. And a lot of these people are paid handsomely for it. And it works out sometimes it doesn't. But, everybody's going to take that individual risk. It doesn't mean that the movement isn't going to happen. And it doesn't mean that these companies aren't going to move into these locations. And it doesn't mean that the build out's not going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, when you look at all of this stuff, we have an expertise in the United States that other countries don't have. And we're going to have access now to those places to take our expertise and build it out for them. And, that's going to be massive investment in U.S. companies in energy, like you said, in tech. The financials are going to be behind that. So I love those sectors. I really, really do. I think, we haven't even really talked about this, but we talked about some of the minerals, like miners are going to do great. Whether that's silver miners or gold miners. And we have two AUMI, which is our gold miners ETF, AGMI, which is our silver miners ETF, and we had stellar returns in 2025. I think you're going to see the miners do really well as well going into 2025, because especially if you see the dollar continue to weaken, gold prices will continue to have a tail behind them. Same thing with silver miners. People are looking for hard assets to put their money into. So I think there could be a benefit in both gold, silver that will really multiply the returns for the miners, because they're operating so well right now. They're so operationally efficient. They're operating off levels in the spot that they haven't seen in years. And they're very, very profitable. So, yeah, just think about everything that's happening. I mean, look at that chart. I mean, it's a parabolic.
That's ridiculous. Gosh.
I don't know how you knew I was going to ask you about silver, but you just went there naturally. This is
well, because
crazy.
I'm looking at the same things that you guys are looking at, right? And so it's that's a parabolic move, and that actually, whenever I see a parabolic move like that, I'm always worried about an entry point, because whenever you see that parabolic move, you usually get like a little bit of a sell-off. And as we see rotations, and you are seeing rotations, like people are getting bullish on crypto again. And it seems like, some of the money that goes into gold and silver, when it comes out, it goes into crypto.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see. But yeah, but look at the move in Bitcoin. I mean, there's going to be, one of the things that's really interesting that came out of this was you hear stories of people that had money in crypto in Venezuela. And I didn't realize this until I was really looking at it, how invested the Venezuelan market individually had been in crypto. And, unfortunately, a lot of those assets were seized when the regime took over. But, for people that were able to get out in front of that, like a lot of their fortunes have been saved because they had money in Bitcoin. And now they're going to be able to take that and reinvest it. And they didn't lose everything they had. If you had a business, if you had bolivars, if you had your money invested in currencies in Venezuela, that was all stripped from you. But the one thing that they couldn't strip from you was your crypto. And so I think people are starting to take notice about that again. And you're starting to see a move. There's all sorts of technical analysis, but I also saw some charts over the weekend where the whales that had been selling have initiated buying now, because every time you think about how safe is your money in fiat currencies, whenever something like this happens, it brings to light the fact that there are safer ways to store your wealth, and there's better ways to handle depreciation. So I think this is not only a potential short-term play, but a long-term play. And I'm really, really excited to see where cryptos move, in 2026. Again, always volatility. I don't really care about the volatility. I mean, that's a great mechanism for trading. So where in your trading accounts, where you're, being a little bit more nimble, taking more profits, if you've got an IRA where you're trading this stuff, yeah, it's excellent to sort of think about the technicals and where to get in, where to get out, take some profits where you can. But like long term, again, we made a significant move based on some geopolitical repositioning that happened over the weekend, and it just shows you that this is still a safety trade. There was a lot that happened with the unwinding in October and the deleveraging and all that stuff, but it's still a safety trade. The principles of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are still there. And this is one of the things that I say, like, just continue to be long-term positive on where the world is going. And you should be good if you have the ability to sort of stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Marino here, Chief Revenue Officer at Themes ETFs and Leverage Shares, of course. I do want to say, if you're in the audience, you should carefully consider the fund's investment, objective risks, charges, expenses, all of that. We can hit on some of those pieces as well. But make sure you go to the website, leverageshares.com or themesetfs.com, and read that summary prospectus. You should read it carefully before investing. It does involve risk. I want to make sure we say that just just to make sure we button everything up here with Paul chatting with us. Paul, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about there, like with silver and just actually in the general market. So when I see things that are kind of parabolic, or even the market itself, when I look at, the S&P and the S&P is up here, and it's like a lot of us are like, okay, we're probably going to stay in this bull market for a while. But that doesn't mean we won't get a pullback. You mentioned this a while ago. You can get time consolidation. You can get price pullback, type of retests or dips to try to buy. I'm just curious, like, what's your thoughts around that approach? When you see something like silver or gold, and you're like, hey, I'm still bullish to these. How do I get in? How do I manage this? I'm just curious if you had any thoughts for maybe some of the traders and investors in our crew here that, they see this, they're like, I really think it's going to keep going, but what do I do right now, right here?
So number one, don't look for an immediate profit in everything that you invest in. You have to have high conviction. Yeah, you have to have a thesis around why you're investing in it. And you have to be open to rediscovery as you go through that. So like what I mean by the rediscovery is, if something changes or something's wrong, you have to know, what your loss tolerance is for it, right? And it changes based on various different things. So, if you asked me 10 years ago, did I think gold was going to go up? I was like, yeah. But you could have been 10 years of, or 8 years of like dead money, because it didn't move much, right? And you had these volatile spikes until people actually started to pile in. But the overall thesis for me is that the dollar's going to have to get weakened. We're going to have some inflation. And for me, I want to be in hard assets, whether that be gold, silver, or, for me, especially like cryptocurrencies, especially Bitcoin. So like, when I think about that, my long-term thesis is that, with all the debt that we have, the fact that we're going to have to like grow our way out of this, and we're going to have to devalue our dollar to make up for all this, for the deficit. Like, I want to be in some hard assets, some things that have real stores of value. And I think that those places are great. So that's a long-term thesis for me. So you have to decide what you are. And you have to decide what's important for you. And you have to decide like what's enough money for you to make and what kind of losses you could tolerate. When I look at parabolic moves in things like silver and gold, I just know from history that, whenever you see that massive parabolic move to new highs, like we see on those charts, there usually is like a reflex. You'll see that parabolic move, and then you'll see a drop, and it could be drastic at times. If you're asking me whether it's the right time, I don't make recommendations to other people, but just personally, when I look at those charts, sure, I'm like, I would potentially wait for a little bit of a pullback before I'd get in, just simply because it is a really, really parabolic chart. Now, that said, there are other ways that you can sort of think about playing this, and that's the reason why I like the miners. The miners, they're not spot. They are, the miners are profitable at these prices and well below these prices. So they're going to be profitable, and they are actual operating companies. So when you look at them, they have a real business. And so I think that that's an interesting way to play it. From a stock perspective, from a company perspective, it's a real interesting way to play it. And then there are other things that haven't gone parabolic, like you're showing the screen right now. Like, everybody's always apprehensive to get into the thing that has been beaten down, but copper's hasn't made that big move yet. And copper is an essential industrial component to all of the things that we talked about today, whether it's like the electrification of things, AI, like copper is a major component. And when you talk about build outs of infrastructures and things like that that are going to happen around the globe, copper is critically important. So, maybe, if you're concerned about the move, if you're looking to get into a different type of commodity that really hasn't taken off yet, like copper is one of those things that, if you look at the longer term chart, it hasn't gone parabolic, but it definitely is in a trending up channel. And, perhaps if you have a little bit more patience and you're not looking for that like major, move up, copper is something that looks really attractive. And it's finally starting to build enough momentum where people should be looking at it and saying, okay, well, maybe it's not dead weight anymore. Maybe it's something that you can get into. And again, I'm not making a recommendation. I'm just telling you the things that I'm looking at that look attractive to me.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it's gold, and then now silver's parabolic. Is it copper? Is it copper next, or are they just going to go in line, or what? You know?
Yeah, when you think about palladium, like platinum has been very undervalued. I mean, historically, it's always been, you know, more valuable than gold, right? So look at that catch up. I mean, that's a parabolic move, but you also see, you know, it come down a little bit significantly, and you could look for support there. But like, what's the price of platinum right now?
Let me unmute. 2,283.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, platinum has always been more valuable than gold, like historically, and it's half the price.
These are crazy consolidations too. It doesn't seem like the Fed's going to stop printing money. Seems like they're going to run things hot. We'll stay there. Jordan, did you have any other things for Paul? I feel like I love talking to Paul. I could throw a million questions at him because I just soak up the information here. But Jordan, I don't want to just hog everything here. I want to give you a shot too.
I want to jump on one thing you just said. Like, things are going to
go for it. You're good.
Things are going to run hot. Like, Trump does not run cold. Like, forget what you think is right or wrong. This is like, he even used with the hottest country. Things are going to run hot. He wants to run hot. Like, we'll deal with it later. But if you're an investor, you have to be in the mindset like things are going to run like hellish hot.
I think that's the problem that a lot of people do have is like, I know a lot of people that are in there like 40s to 50s, maybe 60 up in that range, that they went through the .com stuff. They went through that like 12-year period of consolidation in a lot of tech and NASDAQ. And they're struggling here because they're like, I'm seeing similar things. Some things are different. Obviously, there's real revenues behind a lot of these. Like, we don't have to get into that argument. But I think the thing that's hard to get over is if we are just going to run this hot and just keep flying, I mean, the market's going to keep flying. Maybe it doesn't stay up here. Maybe in 3-4 years, 5 years, whenever the time frame is, we do have some type of major correction or a recession or something like that. But it's hard to get over that in the short term and say, hey, I got to take advantage of the opportunities that are here while they're here.
You've got to let go of your ideology. You've got to let go of what you think is right, and then you have to look at what's happening around you, right? So when I thought Powell should have raised rates and continue to raise rates during Trump's first term, I didn't think he should have lowered rates during the Biden years. But that was a COVID thing, they say, and all this other stuff. They let inflation run wild, and then they started to raise rates again, which I think was prudent. But like, I don't think that the problem that we have is we're in a situation where we've let inflation run so out of control, and nobody talks about the inflation of the housing market. If home prices were lower, we wouldn't even be having these discussions. If people could afford homes, we wouldn't even be having these discussions because, yes, so some goods have gone up, like, steaks have gone up, but like, when I was a kid, steaks were expensive, man. Like, when I was a little kid growing up in a blue collar house in Long Island, New York, like, we didn't eat steak. Like, we ate whatever was on sale and whatever we could afford. My dad was working his ass off. Like, we weren't talking about the prices. My dad was like, yeah, steak's expensive. We're not eating
Are we bullish live cattle? Are we bullish cattle futures too?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Everything.
You know what I mean? Like,
I will own a farm. I will. I'll tell you that.
But my point is, like we talk about, like, like, oh my God, Wagyu ribeye is so expensive. Like, we weren't eating Wagyu ribeye when I was a kid. We were eating what we can get our hands on, man. Like, we are such we're so like
spoiled,
looking at the wrong stuff. Like, so my point is, it's housing that is causing this major issue for most people, because the majority of your spend on a monthly basis is what you spend on where you live. And until that gets corrected, like, and I think the reason why Jerome Powell, and he doesn't come out and say it, but I think the reason why he understands that if you just lower interest rates and you bring it down to whatever we're going to bring it down to. I have no idea, but you know, and you just make money so easy again. And that home price goes like way up. Like that's going to be the issue for people, because that is what really like hampers their spend. And so I never thought, I always said, like, until housing gets under control and until people can afford housing, we're going to have these issues regardless.
You could call that a hard asset too, right? If when it comes to inflation and stuff, people look at real estate the same way they look at gold and silver, the same way people look at cryptocurrencies and stuff, and even equities. I think a lot of people say, hey, why would I even put money in a savings account when I know that they're going to keep printing money, that I know this administration, for example, is going to run things hot? And I think that's part of the equation. I think people are saying, hey, why in the world would I put X amount of money in a savings account that's getting nothing and basically losing value because of inflation every year, and I can put it into the market somewhere and do better? And I think the risk appetite is, hey, why I'm risking more just sitting here letting my money burn than putting it into something.
But here's the difference between real estate and something like a gold or a crypto. I could get my money out of gold once it appreciates. I could get my money out of crypto once it appreciates, and I could have liquidity, and then I could take that and I could do something else with it. The problem with real estate is, except for the real estate investors that are earning income on properties, right? Except for those guys, and they can take the write-off and stuff like that. And that's a small majority of the people. Most people own real estate as their primary residence. And
yeah, they're not bringing in monthly cash flow from
right. And so,
which is really the goal with doing that, right? But you're right. Most people are living in that home.
Right. So they're like, I'm worth XYZ. And it's like, okay, let's go on a cruise in the Caribbean. And they're like, oh, I can't afford that. Like, because their money's tied up in their house.
Exactly.
And so every week they're trying to make like payments, and it's based on employment, and it's based on, you know, what they're bringing in, whether or not they got a bonus, like all that other stuff. And so
the only difference between them and the rich guy is the rich guy has the stuff tied up in assets and is taking loans out against it, right?
Right. So my point is, until we get the housing thing settled, like inflation will be a problem, and you'll still hear all this noise, but it doesn't mean that you can't invest in those other areas to generate wealth. And the reason I feel bad for people that have their money tied up in their primary residence is they're never going to get the opportunity to invest in those other places to generate like real wealth. And so like, that's where we're at. That's why when I think about this, like, are we going to lower interest rates? Yeah. Are we going to have growth at all costs? Yeah. But I don't know that it actually solves the big problem in the United States and in other places, which is like housing costs are really dragging down people's ability to spend other places. So my thing is just invest where the growth is, invest where there's appreciation of your assets and of your dollar. And, you know, I laid that out pretty clearly where I think that is. And that's the only reason why, like, we got to be careful when we say invest in real estate. If you're investing in commercial real estate or areas of real estate where you could actually create income for yourself, great. If you're not doing that, if you're investing in a house that you're going to live in, that's going to bury you, put you underwater, make you to pay high homeowner taxes, property taxes, insurance, like all that stuff, like then it becomes a drain on you.
Absolutely. Well, Paul, I have to jump here at the top of the hour. I'm not sure what your schedule looks like, but I appreciate you as always. I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow night. You're going to be on Stocks on Spaces with us, I believe. I want to ask about this one. This is one that we haven't got to talk about yet, but the natural monopoly. So I'll just go ahead and put that out there because this one is very interesting to me. So if anybody is in the audience, you want to hear more from Paul tomorrow on Stocks on Spaces, I think at 5 Eastern. Is it 5 Eastern? Yes, 5 Eastern. We'll have Paul over there on Spaces tomorrow. Some great thoughts. Paul, I just want to say thanks. I hope you had a great holiday. I'm going to drop off here. I don't know if you and Jordan want to wrap up, but I do have to jump, Paul, so I appreciate you. I look forward to talking again tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Happy to be back. Happy New Year. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 5.
Yeah, excited for the new year, Paul. We appreciate you. I know the audience does as well. So excited to see you soon. And enjoy the start of 2026. It's going to be fun.
All
I'm
right.
excited
Take care, guys.
to spend it with y'all.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Let's
Bye.
get this screen up here. Boom. All right, chat. We on. We on, baby. I'm trying to get KC back in here. Some of the boys. Short started to play out a bit. We're holding the bottom of this gap right now. So we'll see if we want to lose that. I would like to see us lose this and start trading towards the lows again. But we're getting into the later end of the day. It's 1 p.m. Eastern right now. Just hit it. Let's get invite, copy, send this out. Send it to Joe. All right. We good. We need to throw on some music. Crypto looks like it wants to catch up to gold. You know, she was trying a little bit, but I'm not convinced. Well, it seems really loud. Where is it? You know, Bitcoin's getting a nice bounce. I'm just not at all convinced. What is this? Monthly. Yeah, so we're about to take out previous month highs into bearish monthly for value. I don't have much reason to be super bullish here, to be completely honest. Of course, if we end up running through this and getting back above that 103.5, then Bitcoin is clearly telling me that we have bearish order flow. If we're going to go lower, we should respect it and go lower. And if we run through that, that's clearly telling me that my thoughts are wrong, right? So line in the sand is 103.5. If we're ripping over that, I got to change my thoughts. Until then, bearish into 74, 420. What's up, Joe?
What's up? How we doing?
We doing. Sitting in these spreads still.
Nice.
They're doing well.
I got like 10 minutes, but I feel like my ride's gonna be late. So I think
good.
that 10 will be more like 25, 30.
Oh, goody.
Oh man, some individuals are just running today, man.
I know.
Amcor, ASTS, Rados even, and it's not like it's just a gap up. They'll like gap up and then run like another 4 or 5%.
Yeah.
Up rent.
Coin's still up 7.8. Damn. Looks good. Where even is Coinbase on this bigger time frame? Oh gosh. We didn't fill that gap quite, but
I'm flipping through some individuals and like if you're not already in some of them, it's like no need to chase. Like UBS and the banks are looking solid, but
got earnings coming up too on those.
yeah. There's nothing unless you're there's nothing if you don't already have a position.
We're just generating liquidity here.
If AWK can have a few more days like this, see if the options get a little relatively cheap.
Yeah, check out these lows.
If you could like drop down to the 120s, even 122s. We got that trend line and it does not look very nice.
Yeah, that all broke.
Yeah, nothing there yet, but that one's setting up.
This is also screaming it in spaces all day. It's been high a day since. That daily fair value. As soon as we started really ripping on ES and I was realizing, hey, I'm not getting my overnight levels, we took out Wednesday's high. When you look at this time frame, or really any other time frame, there's no other order flow until those highs. And what's sitting there? Well, you have Tuesday's high and you have bearish fair value. It's now high a day. I was saying in spaces, obviously you don't know for sure if it's high a day or not. Not saying that, but today would extend even farther. My initial thoughts are no. If it shows me that and it tells me I'm wrong, okay. But I'm not going to just think we extend even more given how big the candle was already for today. So this area, when you see that zone that's never been tapped into, has a very high probability of being at least a short-term high. Still might not be the high of the day. We don't know for sure, but it doesn't matter if it's the higher day or not. What matters is you had conviction for rejection there, right? Could care less if I caught the high or just caught 40 points and it wasn't the high. It doesn't matter.
On the higher time frame, SPY and SPY looks way better than the Nasdaq. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's been holding up stronger all day. I would like to see us just continue.
Europe is cruising too.
Yeah.
Stocks 50 and FTSE all at all-time highs.
What spreads did you end up with, Jordy? I took. I sold 623 calls and I bought 627 calls. So I got 9 cents on the premium. I actually had an opportunity to add to that position. Could have got more premium on it. Could have got about like 12, 13 cents of premium, but wasn't able to do it. So is what it is. All good. I'll take my 9 cents. That'll expire worthless and I'll be happy camper. Happy camper. Take out the lows. I still would love to see us rebalance to midnight open. You can see this is extended left because that's where my TP was this morning. And I hate when it like overlaps on my position. 8:30 was a nice bounce spot. We didn't actually even hit 8:30 open, which was annoying. Because I at least could have trimmed there on my short that I had. That's all right. We'll get it now.
Thoughts on gold? Thoughts on gold are pretty much thoughts of, that I have at least, or like thoughts of the other metals, is like they're gonna, if they're metals, we lump them together, but they're all gonna kind of move on their own. Like silver always did that. It was the metals and then silver. But now it's looking like, all right, gold's doing this, silver's doing that, platinum's here. It's we're just still gonna be in this volatility and having these crazy swings. I just think that ranges are gonna be huge. Directionally wise, it's like for almost 2 weeks now, the range on silver is about 14%, and we haven't moved in 11 days, technically. So the range is there, but I'm saying that with the close price, or the current price right now is the close price as it was 11 days ago. We're just making this range and we're going to trade within it. To break out of this is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Can it happen? Absolutely. But these swings are going to be ruthless.
I also was saying this in spaces earlier, but worth mentioning here, because I see so many people, when a name starts to go parabolic, whether it's silver, fucking Palantir, whatever it may be, a name starts to go parabolic and takes its first dip, you hear everybody freak out and say, oh my gosh, this ticker's down 12%. Or when Palantir dipped, it was down like 40. You know what I mean? Like whatever. I'm telling you right now, that percentage means nothing. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Completely, utterly irrelevant. It's not going to help you because it just went parabolic. Do you think it matters that it actually dipped 30, 40, 12%? Doesn't matter, right? It just went parabolic. Of course it's moving that much, right? And so I see a lot of people get a lot of fear set in and scared to continue to play their plan. And, you know, in this case, it's by the dip. Like I said it the first day that silver took that hit, you know, a lot of people were asking, oh, like, Is it time to short silver? Are we going to continue this? And I'm instantly thinking no. It's the first dip we've gotten on a parabolic trend. I don't care that we dipped 12% in one day. It doesn't matter. What matters is it's the first dip that's happened. No structure's been broken. All technicals are good for upside still. That's what matters. So
everything's just wider.
Yeah, everything's just wider. You got to size smaller, right? Because it's parabolic, of course. So that's the one thing you definitely need to make sure of. But don't let that percentage scare you. I used to let it scare me and freak out and be like, oh my gosh, we're down so much. There's no way I could buy it, when it's like, technically everything's fine.
If you want to trade it to, like, if you want to learn, if you want to just get some skin in the game, there's nothing wrong with taking one micro and getting some exposure, learning a little bit.
The only person it's wrong to is your ego.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only one. Nobody's going to scold you for it. And if somebody does, they're doing worse than you, bro. If somebody hits you up on Twitter and is like, oh, you're fucking taking small contracts, bro, which is like never happens. But if somebody were to do that, fuck them, bro. Like, who cares? Kidding me? Risk what you can risk. Like, I look down on the guy that is ego trading instead. Agreed. I don't look down on the guy that's sizing properly, even if it's one contract and that's what he can risk. I look down on the guy that's like, oh, I should be sizing one contract, but I'm going to take 12. And then I blow my account. Okay, I don't feel sorry for you, right? Like,
I do get a bounce now. I will
all
try
goody.
to be back by
I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Close. Yep, I'll catch you, brother. Peace, chat.
Peace. Look at RTY. God damn, doesn't care. Ripping, Dow, ripping. NQ not really moving that way, but ES is still holding up pretty well. So we see. Oh, you guys still hanging out in Brent's Discord? Love it. Yeah, get shady in there. It's kind of just it's like the, what is it? It's like a trading man cave for all the bros, huh? Oh, you're fine, Brent. It's a free Discord that you guys are just like hanging out in. Not worried, man. You're good. All goody. I know you're not trying to like promote some crazy shit. Like, you're fine. Don't worry. You're good. I love that you guys are still in there though. Oh, looks like Will's popping in. Let's go. Shout out Will. By the way, big shout out Will. I don't know if you guys like what your guys' thoughts are, but I think Will has been a great, phenomenal addition to the crew. Like kind of different style. He's always up to date on like the news though and stuff that's happening economically, which is cool, and is just like staying very educated in those areas, which is something I'm not doing. So it's nice to have people like that, you know, because a lot of us are just focused on the charts. I could care less about a data point. But it is nice to have somebody that's a little more focused on those things for the audience, for one, and it's just nice to hear about, to be honest. Still cruising down. Cruising. I built a new algo just for the Asia and London midnight levels so I could back test it. You'd be pretty surprised how well it does. Just checking highest available. It's hard to at midnight open. Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed that London session for midnight is just even better. I'm just most of the time not up. And the problem is if I'm up, my next day is horrible. That's the issue I have. It's not that it's like horrible. I enjoy like what I'm doing, of course, but it's like I'll sleep in the middle of the day to wake up at 10:30, 11 o'clock my time at night. Midnight hits, and midnight for me is 3 o'clock Eastern, which is when London session's opening. So by 9 o'clock my time, I already have midnight open marked, but it's not till midnight my time that London actually opens, and then it's like, well, shit. It doesn't always rebalance to midnight right when London opens. Sometimes it takes an hour and a half, 2 hours to set up, and then you rebalance to it. Well, now it's 2, 3 in the morning my time, and I'm waking up at 5. I'm fucked. You know, it's just, it's tough. It's tough. But I still do it because I'm young and one day I'm going to be tired anyway. So might as well use the energy that I have. But sometimes it's tough. So I try and not stay up all night and trade. But sometimes the setup is just beautiful. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to sleep. I'm about to make a bag. And then I'm going to wake up and make a bag tomorrow morning too, you know? Try to at least. It can be tough. What, Benda? What's up, baby? Did you say Ondas Investor Day was today? I forget if you said that, but I know it's having a great day. Oh, we did take all-time high. Let's go. Or not, sorry, not all-time high. It's not all-time high, but it's the most recent highs that we've had. I love to see that because this morning I was watching it, and we were back testing Friday's high, filling the gap, and I was thinking they're probably going to bid that up, and the next spot is all-time highs, or again, not all-time highs, sorry. 52-week highs, probably. Whatever. So, love to see that. Love to see that, WAP. January 16th. Got it. Okay. Well, it's killing it today. EMP gone on new 52-week highs, of course. Dow, I think, took all-time high. Did it? Oh, fuck, it did. Okay. Yeah, you can tell how much I actually care about Dow. Huh? I do watch it because a lot of the time, if I'm getting in a short position or any position on NQ, let's say I'm getting in a short, and I'm noticing that like RTY, Dow have just both like rolled over or already started that move, like I'm definitely getting more confident. But God, there's never a time where I trade it. But I actually like to watch Dow and RTY together.
Yeah, the other thing too. What's up, guys? Good
What's
afternoon, everybody. It is a good, just to have the Dow is just a good. It's got a lot of big names in there, so obviously it's a price weighted index versus market cap weighted, like the rest of them. But
exactly,
there's big names in there.
NQ, can it take new low a day?
Yeah, what an interesting. I'm gonna tell you. Maybe I walk you guys through the setup that I put on a little bit ago.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you on the volume.
You can share your screen if you want. Feel free.
Yeah, why I took this trade, and why I thought we would stall right where we did, and I'll show you from a volume perspective, volume profile. Let me do this real quick. So I'll zoom it in a little bit because I took I put on Iron Condor a little bit ago, which has already come in quite a bit, and I took it off in the last hour because we kind of parked ourselves right in this area. So let me share this.
Oh, rugged.
Yeah, they're rugged.
Call spreads will close. Hundo, it looks
having
like
a good day in Vanquish. I'm
yeah,
a little bit more. Put on some trades in there.
Let's go.
A couple verticals, couple Iron Condors.
Are you being pretty aggressive or just mild in that? Like what's
just mild. You know, yeah. Honestly, I'm just trying to get the hang of like how to look. I couldn't even figure out where to find the P&L of each position.
I know that's like the first step is just getting used to the platform itself, and you got to take a few days to like.
Yeah, I'm trying to like find like where the trades are. I did do a little call spread. I think this morning I did one for about 90 cents. I took that off before we rallied up, and then I put on some 1-day Iron Condors for tomorrow that have already come in, and I sold some a little bit further dated out, but I was just trying to get used to the program and understand it, so I've kept it a little bit smooth, but
rugged. Oh,
rugged. They are rugged it now. That's fine with me.
Rugged is right.
Sure. What's up?
Yo.
Show. I'll make sure I got the right screen. I think this is it. Yeah, I'm gonna share this real quick, and I'll show you kind of why I took a short up here in the futures too. So this is just like a 1-day volume profile that I had set up, and I was looking at this level right here in the futures. This is ES, this point of control that we were coming up to, which is like right around 69.50. So I figured if we came up to this area, you had some of the supply from before, and this previous point of control, and then you had these highs as well. So I thought I took a small short trade, like when I kind of saw this candle on the futures, like 57. I still have a little bit of, I covered half of it down to 50 just for kind of a scalp. But the reason, and then I put an iron condor on as well, because I said if we kind of just start going sideways here at these levels, these previous point and these highs, we'll probably chop for a little bit, and some of that premium will come in, especially on the call side, came in a little faster. So if you're not trading volume profile or you're not familiar with it, I think looking at these like dailies on the shorter, the hourlies, or the 15 minutes, just trying to look for previous levels of where you're going to go to. I think of it's always kind of like a magnet. So you had this like thin structure, boom, we kind of stopped here, had the first rejection on the first hourly bar. And then as we kept pushing, I said, well, where's the next spot? Well, I look left in the chart, boom, it's right here, right?
Exactly.
This whole area.
No, what's funny with that is when I'm looking at ES this morning, the spot I had was, it's just funny when I see things line up with different strategies, is right when we tapped into 961.50, we were tapping into just a daily bearish fair value gap, which is basically where I was kind of anticipating high a day would be, only because the daily candle is already so big on ES. So I was thinking, I don't really expect us to push through that. And that was, like you're saying, like that is the next spot I have, the next order flow. And I just love to see that volume profile lined up with that too, and some other points of confluence.
Yeah, we probed a little bit above it, but
yeah, of course, you always do pretty much. You never perfectly respect the level,
Right, I had this resistance line. These are auto drawn on here. These light colored ones for me, but so I knew, okay, I got a point of control that's somewhere around 51.75 in ES. I'm like, if we overshoot and we get a little bit of a wick, it's probably going up to this resistance zone, right? And that's exactly what it did. I mean, we probed above it, what, 1.5 points or something like that, and then reversed off that level. So these are just something you can add to your toolbox if you're not doing this. Just to have the daily volume profile based on the time frame, it'll auto set up for you. But even if you look at, like I said, we talk about RSI, like I like the RSI. This is another one you could say, these lows down here just on the hourly, like you almost had a little, I mean, it's small if you're looking, but this low in the RSI from Friday was a higher low, very, very small, but it was there. So we were oversold area. I kind of expected the bounce, with the big ramp kind of overnight. And then, now we're migrating values a little bit higher than it was the last couple of days. So that's just kind of stuff I look at when I'm putting on trades. You take volume profile into consideration, you take momentum into consideration, and then you can kind of look at for more key levels for day trades and stuff like that. I was looking at, turn this off for a second. Apple is one that, Amp and I were talking about this yesterday, maybe doing some big picture chart stuff, maybe tonight, tomorrow, just kind of looking at these indexes more broad based. But I did know, like Apple today, even on Friday, like we're starting to lose the 9 weekly, which is interesting. And you look at the daily, 9 below the 50, the 21's curling below, and you just, I always try to scenarioize what happens if this, right? So I'm starting to look at this chart pattern and say, hey, could this maybe be a little bit of a head and shoulders if we get a right shoulder that builds out here? Maybe. Not saying we get that, but you just got to keep those ideas on your radar of what could happen. Maybe reject and go straight back up, but this is starting to look a little more bearish for Apple.
Yeah.
Google, I still think Google looks okay here. As long as we're staying above this 9 on the daily, Google's probably the stronger one. This one does not look good. This is another one that's an ugly one. Microsoft, right?
Yeah, all day too. Like that has just been. It's been holding up. It's not as weak as Apple intraday, but overall, that thing has just been quiet. Look at the daily chart. Only going sideways.
Yeah, the big picture, like you start going through the Mag 7, they don't look that great. Netflix, another one. We've been talking about this for the past month or so. There's just
no bottom yet, man. There's no structure for bounce yet.
I think these two levels is like somewhere between 82 and 85.
Those next prominent, it's April lows. I didn't even
Yep.
realize. I was looking today. I was like, oh my gosh, those are tariff lows right now.
That's
almost at.
crazy, right? So
it's insane.
You look at that one, and then you look at what was the other one? Hold on one second.
Which it's funny. It does make sense we're at tariff lows so fast, though, because if you guys remember last year, beginning of the year, when tariffs hit, Netflix didn't dip nearly as much as the market. So it does make sense that we're back there as fast as we are, but still doesn't discard how much we've sold off on it.
Yeah. Amazon's another one. This trend obviously broke a while ago. It's kind of doesn't matter now. But look at this thing. I mean, moving averages going sideways. We've done nothing since, the middle of November. You had the, obviously, earnings pop. We kind of retraced all that. And I mean, look at these moving averages you got stacked up here. The 9, the 21, and the 50 all just kind of jumbled together. I mean, you got a nice candle today, but unless we can get really above Friday's high, I mean, there's kind of nothing to do with it. It's probably more sideways action. AMD, here you go. Big pop. Friday above the moving averages, and then you get a rejection against the 50-day. So that's another one. Nvidia, you're back above the 50, but I definitely don't want to see us lose this level. If we start fading below the 50 and below the 9 and 21 again, that makes me think we rotate back towards 170 if we do that. We need to stay above this 50 and then start to get some bullish price action there. What else? I was looking at Broadcom earlier. Another one that doesn't look great. I mean, what do you do with that one, right? Just sideways, below the moving averages, below the 50.
Let it build some structure until you get some lower time frame confirmation of something,
Yep. Oracle. Another one that's in the semi space, it's just moving sideways. That's hasn't really got the pop, and if anything, looks probably a little bit more bearish. What else am I missing? Tesla. This is the sandwich in Tesla, right? You're between the 50, below the 9 and the 21. Where do we go to today? Almost right to the 21, right? Very close.
We did hold that half gap pretty well of like 50% of that range that we have. We did bounce off that pretty well, but I'm curious if we need to get back under that and trade a little lower.
You definitely don't want to see Tesla lose the 50 again. We probed below it, failed. So you have a failed. There was no follow through here. So now this candle, we need to stay above the 50 and then try to get acceptance back above the 9 and the 21. And then if we do that, you have a couple days of that rotation probably takes you back towards that 500 level. What's some other big ones?
Brent's all out of the short.
MU.
Micron. That one's been on fire since middle of December. Moving averages look good. I mean, you got a little bit of a bearish candle today on the big open and then moving back down. But, if you stay above the 9 and kind of get back into the 295 area, if you do that, it's probably a buy. Depending on what's happened with the broad market, obviously. What about Marvell? I like this actually, as long as these start to curl and we keep going sideways above like $89. That's probably AMAT. I'm just going through the semis. This one looks good. I looked at this one. I did not take this trade, but I was looking at this candle on Friday and I was like, man, I think that this is a big gap, and I didn't like that we closed a doji there, but I thought this one actually looked pretty good, and that here's a huge candle today. So missed that one, but that's probably still looks good as long as we stay above 277. What else we got? Financials, big candle today. This is huge. I guess in the big picture, it's a little harder to be bearish when financials are this strong. So that's really led by this one right here. It's Goldman. Huge candle today. Big breakout. Pulled back to the 21. Boom on Friday, and then boom again today on Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan, another one. Breaking out to new highs on JP Morgan above 330. And this looks good. I mean, if you're in the banks, or been in these banks, like you're just riding the 9 and 21 as long as they're sloping up to the right. You know, they look good. So banks still look good. Bank of America, same thing. We just had this slow grind. And these are trades that I think about where like you have a chart that's like this, it's up and to the right, and it's been doing that. And you're above the 9 and the 21, where these little pullbacks, it's like, you know, I want to sell puts maybe below and buy call spreads further out, shorter dated puts to finance some call spreads. It's a good way to trade these, especially if they're not super fast moving, but this thing's just been grinding up to the upside. Small caps, putting in a good day today. Tag the 50, and then starting to move back up above the 9 and the 21 on some strength. And a lot of that has been right here, your regional banks. However, I will say, let's take a look. I back this up on the weekly. Let me clear this real quick. I do have this big trend line drawn in the regional banks. Connects here. We did hit it last week. If I zoom in on the weekly, last couple weeks, we probed above it, did not get acceptance above the downtrend line, failed all the way back down, and we're right. If you look where we are, how crazy is this? We're sitting right on the trend line. Right here is the high of the day. So is this a back test that rolls down, or do we get acceptance and keep going up to the next resistance area, which is the high I had over here, 68 in the regional bank. So that's a big driver of the small caps. If you guys got any ones you want to look at, like on daily charts or bigger frames, just put them in the chat and I'll pull them up and kind of walk through some of these as market kind of chops through here a little bit. But yeah, small caps, you know, held the weekly 9 here last week. Nice candle here. We'd like to see this continue. Need continuation. Yes, semis. I see somebody talked about the SOX, or we can look at the SMH, which is the semiconductor ETF. Here's the thing. As we rallied from these lower levels, you're getting a little extended away from the 9 period on the daily. So a pullback would make sense if we did get a little drawdown into either these highs. You know, you get a little rollover back to 375 in SMH or right into these highs. As long as it holds those, probably a buy to go higher. Obviously, that's driven by NVIDIA's action last week is probably the biggest. But a lot of the semis, like we just walked through, Broadcom, Oracle, you know, was it not AMAT? Obviously, Micron looks good. AMD doesn't look great. Like some of the bigger semi names, kind of sideways. I wouldn't say they look super great. NVIDIA is probably the best one back above the 50, but we need acceptance above the 50 and stay above the 50. Let's go. Let's start HYMC. Let's take a look at that one. Ooh, big candle today. That's hey, if you're trading this, if you're in this thing, obviously bullish. You had this huge gap, and staying above the 9. There's your line in the sand. MBI
staying above.
Yeah, you know what? I like this. If we can continue to consolidate, I want to get these moving averages like sloping up. Going sideways isn't always the best to buy. Like, you know, I want to say go buy calls or something like that. But if you're, I don't know the options in this name if they're decent, but you know, I would say like, hey, you could probably sell maybe the 77, 78 puts down here. If you want to buy like some call spreads, but I'd really like us to get above the 50 on this one. Is kind of where I would be looking at. Test the 50, see how we respond there. Do we kind of go sideways and then, you know, start getting acceptance above the 50 on that one? What else? Iron. I think KC's in that one. Pretty sure he is. That one looks good. I mean, you got the 50 above you, so you got about $3 of the room. I would expect you to get some responsive price action here. You got these wicks previously 1, 2, 3, 4. So watch this level right here, this like 49 and a half. That'd be my spot for IREN. If you're long it, if you got some calls down here, you got call spreads or long shares. If you're in it for a day trade or a short-term trade, This would be my trim spot, somewhere around 49.
Sounds like Emp is giving away
Ooh, giving away
Tradify account or something. I think it's a Tradify or Vanquish.
Give an account away today.
When he gets back, we're gonna give away some accounts, baby. Let's go.
Let's look. I'm just going through these chats. We'll pull these up. LEU.
So y'all better not go anywhere if you want the chance to maybe get a free account.
Yeah, LEU looks
Stick
good.
around.
I like this.
Yeah, it does.
I'd like to see us close above here. We get this close above like 287. Above the and hold this 50. I do like that.
Mhm.
You gotta. Was that gap never filled? You don't have. Yeah, this gap never filled up here. So maybe you go to 320, fill that one up. But nice like rounded bottom. You're starting to get the moving averages move back to the upside, and this kind of looks good going forward. I'd like to see maybe like close up here and then maybe a base, and then maybe we keep going. So I'd like to get the moving averages to catch up, but if this stays above that 287 and the moving averages do catch it, it's probably a buy and a pullback.
Tradify, I'm out of hook.
What's up, Wolf Crew?
What's up, Casey?
Yo, we shorted the tippity toppity
Bro.
of SPY.
Okay, I kept saying it. MES.
Yeah, right
That's-
before we left.
That 961.50, and
Yup.
I just
Dude,
love
SPY,
higher time frame
SPY.
for value gaps, man. I just love 'em.
689.20 on SPY, and then 69.20 on SPX. And by the way, the ARM puts went to 300, baby, and they're still printing down here.
I know.
Went
Texted
all
me
the
on
way
that.
back down to previous day high. If it breaks underneath that around 116 till that gap lower. Absolute beautiful move once it broke through 120.
Boris asked, "Is the account funded?" No. You're gonna have to pass an eval. It's gonna be an eval. Unless they gave Emp an instant funded, which I don't think happened, but I bought an instant funded. We're trying it. Everybody's worried about the consistency, and I'm like, the consistency still allows you to make like $1,000 a day. So who the fuck cares? So, well, on the 150K account. Obviously, it's gonna be different for the smaller accounts, but I got the 150K. The big dog. I have to make $9 grand in that before I can take a buyout. But that'll be nice. It's just no time limit, no nothing. Just kick back. And when she's at 9K, we'll take first payout.
This is just another like, and I'm looking at 15-minute just event queue for today, but like these highs up here, like Casey, I heard you say you were short. Like if you're, just from an RSI perspective, like check this out. Look at these lower highs. You got 3 of them, right? So as like we gap, lower high, momentum starts to fade. Then you watch for what the candles look like, and all of a sudden you get a wick like this, and then boom.
Yeah.
Here's a short setup that I'm interested in below this candle right here.
Yup.
Right there.
I went short at 11:50 a.m. Eastern on that chart.
So there you go. This is 10:45. So and I'm on Central Time. So
Yeah.
that's exactly where I'm probing. But you get some confluence, right? And look where your point of control was. You're above it. So chances are you migrate back to this kind of high volume area right here, where your point of control shows up, and 3 lower highs on RSI. Then you get the candle like this. That for me is a short setup right there. And look, you could pick up, how many points is that? 50, 60, 70 points there.
Oh, UPS alert. Oh, man.
I'm
Must
saying
be up,
uranium
what do
you
stocks,
got?
big headline.
Going up.
Oh,
UPS
UPS. I know. Look at the daily and weekly on this one.
Whoa, that looks good.
I know.
That daily's crisp.
I know. Look
Next
at the weekly.
leg up.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah, here's the daily. I mean, this thing, we get above what is that? Almost 103 there. Probably takes you right up to that 106.5 area.
Let's see. Calls. Maybe February's.
I mean, finally, UPS has broke back over the 50 period weekly for 4 weeks. You've based above that 50 period, and you got the 9 weekly about to drive through the 50. So,
Dude, I started longing it under 85 down to 82.
Yep.
And beautiful base down there. Now 103, 103.50 starts that next spot. If it can break and base over that, get to move up to 110. I mean, the 110s for February, they're cheap. Like $172. $6 wide spread, not bad.
Yeah, that one looks good. Above the moving average, just 9 and 21. Still just drifting up and to the right on the daily. So we filled up this gap, which was back way over here on the earnings. Filled that up, kind of retraced right to the 21, and boom, we're getting some nice lift off there. So yeah, back to this probably first target if you're in it or want to get long it from here. I like it for 106. If you want to do a weekly trade or a couple weeks out, maybe call spreads.
The U.S. Department of Energy announces $2.7 billion to strengthen American uranium enrichment.
Yep. I see that.
What's the Soulja Boy ticker looking like today? Still cruising. SA18.
That's another one. Ooh, look at that. Pumping.
Yeah, that daily chart just insane.
Yeah, that's a big move from Friday. It's interesting. You look at some of the energy names on Friday that rallied pretty hard. Seems like somebody knew something over the weekend. What else we got?
Where's OKLO? How sad am I gonna be? Oh
yeah, on fire.
God. I tried to take calls on it this morning and I missed so many. I couldn't get in on IREN. I couldn't get in on RKT. I couldn't get in on OKLO. I missed entries on all of them. Just the opening candles this morning they were instantaneous to the upside.
Yep. Yeah, that's another one. And you know what? This is a good daily chart to just talk about is when you get these stocks that move vertical like this, in a very short time period, look at what happened. We retraced all this, call it almost 100% from what I would say this breakout base over the summer, and right down to the 200. And you probed a little bit below it, got some buyers, and now you got a couple big candles. Obviously, the news is helping it, right? But
yeah, you see that high over on your far left, right there. No,
here.
Next here. One down. That one right there. Yeah. So if you mark that area right there, and then if you switch it to the weekly chart, the bounce that it just had with a nice little weekly candle back testing that. Look how Friday session closed it on the weekly when that area was tested. Look at it. Yeah.
So especially when you look at weekly charts, you got this high here. And then you got all this congestion sideways, like these big wicks, and it kind of held right around that area. It's perfect. You probe below it and hold that level. And then if you're going to trade this, if you're, hey, I want to take the trade, where's the entry? Because that's what's important. It's above this candle, above the high. This hold, your stop's here. This is how I would trade it. Put my stop at the low if you want to more swing trade this. And I'm looking for a price move above 78. And then look at where you're coming to now in the 90s. You got a little bit of a couple moving averages there. But yeah, that one looks good, but it's perfect. I mean, perfect retrace to an area where you have a bunch of horizontal support. You're getting an RSI that was getting really, beat up and oversold for a while. So you take those confluences, look for price action. And that's when you get into that stuff. KC, what else on the radar?
Dude, everything that was on the radar is freaking playing out. Soundhound had a nice little bounce on the daily off $10. It just hit your daily 21 back at 11. Nothing crazy, just a little scalp off the low there on the daily for a retest. OKLO still going. RKT still going. Bloom
Somehow another one
Energy.
just kind of looks like the one from Oklo, to be honest. Like kind of same chart setup. It was like
Yeah,
big
100%.
ramp, pulled all the way back. You know, I'd call it almost like 100% retracement from this breakout base again here. Kind of same thing. A little bit more
Yo.
choppy, but you pulled right into this support level. We didn't get all the way there, but we got close. And I'd like to see, you know, I had this low tagged here. You got really close to it, but then you're getting some bullish price action. And again, here's another setup, right? RSI, low, higher low, lower low on the price. Look for price action to respond, and if you do, it's a buy. Would you say Rocket or Rocket
Yeah.
Lab?
Oh, no, RKT.
RKT.
Yeah, RKT got the breakout.
Yep. I mean, look at it's so funny how these work, these resistance lines. Like, look at where we just stopped right today at the high.
Yep.
Right
it's
here.
It's right to target. Like
Right to the target.
So many things played out today. eBay. Let's freaking go. eBay. There we go.
Nice candle. Kind of rounded bottom.
Finally, over 90, hitting that big area here into the gap. Let's go.
Yeah, your gap from the wick all the way up at 95. So you got some space. I bet you if you look at the bigger volume profile, you had basically, this is why too, when you look at it like this on this time frame, you just had thin structure through here. So what happens? You just kind of blow up right to the next high node, which is here, and all this stuff to the left. So that looks good. I mean, that could you may get some sideways movement in here just because you have all this price action here above you, but it still looks good. If you were in this from down here on the clear above the 50, it's a nice setup.
We were, baby.
What else? Cypher.
So
That's
the
enough
eBay $8 calls for January 16 that we had at 129, they are now pushing close to that 100%. They're around 340, 350 right here.
They're on Cypher. You got trend line break right there. So if you get acceptance,
well over,
and that candle closes above the 50, you're breaking trend. I mean, you could get maybe a retest of the back of the trend line, like something that kind of goes sideways and then dribbles back to it. And then if we get some buyers that step in, and boom, you can keep going. I'll pull back on that one. Here's one we haven't looked at in a while. Maybe not today. Maybe you guys did. Bitcoin over 94. Hello.
We checked that she's getting a nice bounce. I'm not convinced yet, but it's a nice bounce. Here's my thing. When you look at a monthly chart, we're about to take out previous month highs. Maybe we already did. No, we're about to. And right when we do that, we're going to be tapping into monthly bearish fair value, which I have to expect to be an area where we set up for this thing to go lower to last year's lows, 2025 lows. If I'm wrong, we run through this 103.5 and we're trading over that with strength, because for me, like on the monthly time frame, it's as simple as if we're going to go lower, we should just respect this area. And I know if we're running through this, then it's likely I'm wrong and we're going to get back to those highs. So that's really what I'm looking at on the monthly. Just kicking back and seeing what happens.
Here's a setup that I like to look. This is in a up. So you have a trend line, right? Primary trend line is here. We've held it for what? 8 weeks, 7-8 weeks. We've held it so far.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're pushing away from it. So this is in an uptrend.
This is a big spot.
This is hidden bullish divergence, and I'll tell you why. So the RSI here has a higher low than here, and when the trend is up and RSI is making a new low, but price is actually, you look from here to here, is making a higher low. So what it tells you is typically the momentum is more oversold into this area. It's likely, I don't know how far we go, but why we're bouncing is you'd say, hey, momentum's oversold into this level. And it's actually, this is a continuation pattern.
Mm-hmm.
So continuation of should be higher prices. And that's, I think, why you're getting, especially if you, now you have to incorporate that with price action that has not failed. This was a bear flag that didn't break. So that would be how I'd look at it. So maybe we get a move back towards 100. That's possible. Or at least maybe you go test the 50 weekly or the 21 weekly, somewhere up here. But this is it's a pattern I like to look at, especially when the trend is up. And that doesn't mean we go to all, does this mean we go to all-time highs? Not necessarily, not unless we get acceptance back in this area. But I think that's,
yeah, like again, and it's funny, it pretty much lines up with your EMAs that you have, or your moving averages, with my spot at 103.5, you know, give or take $1,000 or whatever, but it's relatively a similar area on that bigger time frame. So yeah, we get over that, then I'm more confident we can get to all-time highs. As of now, though, I'm just not in that camp yet, but my mind can be changed. It's not like
here's what's crazy.
One way. I do want to see those last year's lows very bad. I've talked about it a lot, but if the market tells me that that's not going to happen, I'm listening to the charts. Like, I don't care about being wrong. I care about making sure that I don't stay wrong.
Look at MicroStrategy. I figured with Bitcoin up as much today, this would be getting a bigger pop.
It's not. Oh.
It's not getting anything.
This is not good. There's just a lot of bad sentiment towards it right now, though.
Yeah, and
to be fair,
RSI just buried below 30.
Yeah,
the trend is down.
What's that moving average you have that it's holding?
This is the 200 here.
Okay.
So this is the 200. Light blue's the 9, 21, and then the 50.
Emp said he just shorted MST.
I love it. You know, this is another chart though. If you've been trading for a while, like you see these explosive moves, and it's amazing just over time how they obviously got a double top up here, and then guess where we come back to? The 200 period.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't stay this extended for this long without revisiting to the long-term trend. It's usually not the case. Either there's two things. If Bitcoin continues to rally, this could probably catch a bid. Maybe. I mean, if we start getting closer to 100, maybe you get some rally there. If we don't, that's a little bit more of an ominous sign, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to one of our listeners, Michael from earlier, just posted his profits, almost 50% on the ARM puts from earlier, about $250 on the trade profit. So amazing job, Michael. Great work.
Let's go.
Love seeing it.
Stuff.
Yeah, here's ARM right here. Look at, you got a push right to the 21 and then rejection right off it.
I chased it too. Like Jordan was there. I think I said ARM looks great for a short twice before I actually entered into and took the trade.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this is going to be my third time saying it. I'm just going to go ahead.
I mean, because in all reality, like you did hit yesterday's high, but you really have till yesterday's close. You have room.
Yeah.
It's still, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, here's the thing about like chasing. It's like, well, you might be quote unquote chasing if you're only looking at like a 1 minute or a 5 minute, but when you expand your time frame and you understand where you're coming from and where this thing's going, it's like you're not chasing, right? And that's where it's like you got to understand, like for the audience, what kind of trader you are, right? Because if you're scalping a little bit more, like if, for instance, like Maple Stacks, if he's trying to enter longs on a green candle, that's like bad for his system. Right, because he's playing off the 9 and 21, something that helps him a lot get those extra points and be able to scale out quick is the fact that he's buying on those red candles. And when he's trying to short, he's selling on those green candles like almost every single time. It's very rare he'll try and do that on the same color candle as he's going in that direction, right? So find what kind of trader you are, you know what I mean?
This probably realistically, even if we got above the 21, I mean, you still have all this overhead supply above you and you're below the 200, that's probably a short setup that eventually probably fills all the way back to these lower, 85, maybe even 80. Because this overhead supply, all you're going to come back is probably retest it, or maybe even go to test the 200. And this is a lot of work to get through above here, in my opinion.
Yeah,
especially when you got
IWM new high a day.
Bro, Dow's at all-time highs. I didn't even realize.
Q's is weaker. SPY is definitely stronger, but IWM just.
Dow's
look at this.
Reason today.
Also, something I want to note on the bigger time frame is, at some point, I expect us to very much take the all-time high at least one more time. Whether or not this market continues into the brand new year or not, we have a brand new yearly candle. Even if we're gonna go lower and take a dip, we're going to have to grab liquidity at the highs. We have a brand new yearly candle. If we were to just dip from here, no matter how far we dip, even if it's to literally 2024's high, we would be an inside candle. And that's just so rare. Like, that just doesn't make sense to happen. So no matter what, at some point during the first, month or two of this year, I expect us to take the all-time highs on the indices.
So here's what I'm looking at on a big time frame, on the weekly.
Yeah.
So you got this wedge.
SPX.
We are right in there.
Yeah.
So obviously we're taking from April lows and we're going all the way up to the most recent price action. Momentum is diverging, right? You got a touch here, you got a touch here, and you got price that's basically gone nowhere since October. I mean, you had a high in, what was that, the week of October 27th was your high. And then you failed to make a new one right before Christmas. I mean, you basically tagged it. I mean, you looked above and kind of got rejected. So now either we need to push right now in this next week. This has got to push straight up and go through, or this is going to go like this. It's you got a big wedge that you're going to get decision on. If we just went sideways through here and just nothing happens, I'd be surprised. I just don't see that. So either we need to push, boom, and we need to just break out, go right to 7,000 with some strength.
Yeah.
This probably does something like this. Maybe you catch the 9 weekly, or try to hit these lows, and then you probably roll from there. But when you look a lot of the Mag 7 charts, you got Apple. We just kind of went through them. Broadcom, all these semi names that just don't look great. We're kind of stuck here, so we'll probably just chop through this, fill out the rest of this wedge for now. Same in NDX. You got a symmetrical triangle.
Fail would be nice. Yeah, I would love a look above and fail. That's the thing. Like, no matter what, I do think we're seeing those all-time highs. It's just a matter of like I wouldn't be mad if we swept those all-time highs and then finally took a dip, right? But it might not be the case. It might just run. Either way, this market's going to reach those all-time highs, in my opinion, again. I don't see us taking a big I don't see us taking a big 20% correction or anything before that happens, at least.
Yeah, when you look at NDX, it's a little bit different because it's more of a symmetrical triangle versus SPX is a little bit more of like a wedge pattern.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different.
Also, you look at NDX on that yearly. We've opened up, back tested the close of the last year. Obviously traded slightly under it, but back tested that. And we're getting a nice reaction off of that. So it just feeds to my thesis of us going back to those all-time highs eventually. It's just tough right now in the market when you do look at the daily on NQ, ES, and we're stuck in the middle of this range. It's tough.
Yeah,
to be like, okay, when's it going to happen? But no matter what, we have to be ready for, okay, when we're like breaking out of this kind of range on the bigger time frame and we get going, like it's time to take this thing.
Yeah. So within the next week, you're going to get a decision on this is going to resolve itself right here.
Yeah, I hope so.
We're gonna break above and go, or we're gonna roll and fail. I mean, one of the things is gonna happen. This triangle is gonna break.
I hope we don't just fucking chop. If we go sideways through that,
if we chop through this little X marks the spot, I would call it. I don't
Never
know.
know though. Like if there's not any big catalyst, shit, who knows? We might just
But you got
you
got non-farm payrolls on Friday, so
Yeah.
that's gonna be your next big catalyst.
First one of the year. It'll be big.
First one of the year. A more up-to-date look. Some of the employment data that we had last month was maybe a little bit thrown off with the government shutdown and everything else. So you're going to kind of get a clean look at the end of the year of what employment looked like in December. So I think I said this, I don't know, back at the early December. I'm like, as this kind of triangle starts to build out here, like we're probably just going to just sit inside of it until we get direction.
Let's go Trigger Man. He took your Iron play, still printing with runners, Casey. Let's go.
Nice. Great work.
Yeah, SPX just looks a little bit stronger. You're back above the 9, where the NDX is like you're right around that 9 and 50, kind of sandwiched in there. You're above it, but they're all so tight right here. They're all kind of together. So we need some. If we're gonna move, we need some aggressive bullish price action out of here, and then you want to get long this thing. It's back above 25.7 in NDX.
Dude, on this, crazy.
But this right here is not helping you when you get a candle like this apple.
The red apple.
This is not going to help that thesis. Like, so when you start unpacking the big charts that carry the NDX, this one is not a good looking one. This just looks like boom. I don't know what M sees. I know he's probably watching, but
yeah, I think he'll be back soon. When he does, reminder for the audience, we're gonna do a little bit of a giveaway, some Tradify, a Tradify account, maybe multiple. I don't know yet, but just keep that in mind and stick around on the show. Make sure you guys are liking and subscribing as well.
This would kind of make sense for Apple, right? Like you got this nice trend line here, kind of coming in, come down. You got support from this high way back here. Here's one. You got another support level here, and you got the trend line. So somewhere you get some confluence in here for support for a trade in the mid 250s. John Smith, to your question, are you guys bullish or bearish in market direction towards the end of the first quarter? I would say I'm more neutral. I don't think if we do get selling, it'll be probably in the next 3 to 4 weeks. But I would say I'm slightly neutral to a little bit bearish, only because I don't like a lot of these charts. I just don't think they look great.
Same Z's.
I'm bullish to all-time highs, and then, I mean, whether that happens first quarter or not, I don't know, but I'm bullish to all-time highs until we take that, and once we take all-time highs, I'm going to probably look to be shorting, even though I know historically all-time highs are not the place to short, but also if you look at all-time highs at the beginning of the year, that data can change a lot if you are only counting the all-time high made at the beginning of a year. So
I think between the three, the next one that we're going to see make new all-time highs first, I think it's going to be IWM.
I agree.
I think we're going to see a little bit of rotation. We're going to see some tech names start to pull back. I do not think the first quarter, honestly, is going to go too well for SPY and Qs. I do not think we're going to see new all-time highs in the first quarter personally. I do think small caps and IWM will continue higher and make a new all-time high. I'm looking for around March time, honestly, and I made a post about this the other day. I think around March time, if we have been selling, at the end of January, all of February, and going from March into April, been selling, that's where I'm going to be looking for buying opportunity, honestly, is going into April, and then, looking for a June, July potential run-up back on SPY and Qs. And then I think shortly after that time, just speculating here, then we would see potential new all-time highs going into the back half of the year in 2026 on SPY and Qs.
Yeah, I'm with Casey. The other thing to bring up is I just pulled up the chart of the 30-year yields. So this is U.S. Treasury's 30-year yield. The thing that will help IWM accelerate further is if we start to get a pullback in the longer dated yields. These small cap stocks are long duration assets because a lot of these companies don't have profitability. They're running out. So if we do get a pullback where rates start to drift lower, especially on the longer end of the curve, you will start to see outperformance in small caps, and maybe tech takes a back seat for the short term. The other big catalyst for the first quarter will be employment and inflation. Those are the big things that are going to stand out. And if we do get those things coming down, that should help the small caps. The only negative that you could see in the small caps would be as if unemployment starts to rise a little bit more rapidly and we start to see job losses or negative jobs numbers. That could hurt the small caps from or maybe cap the upside if we do get that. But as long as the labor market stays intact and inflation continues to drift lower, then you'll probably see the small caps outperform. And the other one is
still going.
For those, I know somebody asked about oil. Thoughts on oil? So I've traded oil for quite a long time. Actually, I traded it probably for 15 years actually now. I had said this on here a while ago that I was selling calls in crude oil basically all summer long. Like every pop we would get, I would just sell calls up above. Every geopolitical thing, I just kept selling calls, and I've been doing that rinse and repeat for the past 5-6 months.
Yeah,
and it's
done you good.
Yeah, it's done well, and I've trimmed that down as we got into these lower levels. Like, I don't have a very big position on there, little small size for me. But I'd sold calls, and that's worked out well. However, fundamentally, when we look at oil, this situation that we have with Venezuela is not going to affect front month crude that much. One is the crude that comes out of Venezuela is heavy crude. It's not light sweet crude, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's not the same thing.
It's not the same product. However, longer term, the U.S. does have a lot of heavy crude refining capacity in the South, in Texas, in the Gulf area, where they can refine heavy crude. And it will probably push down longer dated oil. So if you look at the oil curve and you go out and say a year from now or 2 years from now, I would imagine the back months will start to trade lower. And typically usually in crude, there's a positive drift where the back months are typically higher, but you may get positive or some negative where the back months of crude are lower. Depending on how this goes, if we are going to see more crude production come online. Now, you could have OPEC, you could have the Middle East start to cut production to counteract that. There's a whole lot of things, but in general, my opinion is oil tells you something about the economy, and that has been lower. So if inflation, I keep hearing people say, inflation is going to reaccelerate in 2026. I don't see inflation accelerating in 2026 with oil at 58. I'm just not. I cannot get behind that narrative in any capacity. So you need oil to be accelerating if you're going to see higher inflation in 26. So that's my opinion. So oil for now, could you get a trade up, a bounce? But I think longer term, oil probably is in a range, and I don't think you'll see oil outside of geopolitical risks. I don't think you'll see it above 80 anytime soon. Like within the next year, I'd be surprised. So now the oil names, Casey talked about this last night. ExxonMobil, obviously interesting because they're derived from the price of oil, but the chart obviously looks good for this name. We need to get a breakout above the highs, and then maybe you get continuation. But I would not chase the oil names unless you get. I just wouldn't, because at the end of the day, if the commodity is lower or goes towards 50 or 49, these things will get sold. Chevron's the other one, shooting star looking candle here.
Oh, Thugger with the $5 super chat. Let's go, baby. He said MSTR is at 1.02 NAV and has plus 12 billion. Diff on Bitcoin value and market value. What am I missing, or is this a huge bounce opportunity? I mean, we were talking about it a little bit. That chart's rough. It's holding that 200 though.
Which one is that one?
MSTR.
Oh yeah, right.
I mean, anything's possible. I'm not going to say that it couldn't get a huge bounce here. You're at the bottom. You're at the pretty much very bottom of this bigger time frame range. You absolutely can. It's just you're seeing no signs of real life yet, and it's tough for me to just blindly hop on board like that. But you know, if you really love MSTR, which they just have a horrible sentiment right now, but if you really love them, I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of a bigger time frame range. It's not a horrible place to like try a little, but yeah, it's scary, man.
I guess
I just don't love the company.
Argument.
So
yeah, I agree. I don't like the company. I don't really.
If I liked the company, I would buy it blindly down. Like Meta, when it took that dip, I love Meta. I believe in it so much that I'll take it as long as I'm taking it in these like higher time frame spots that I'm actually interested in. I'm not just like buying like prices, but still, like I'm totally willing to kind of buy it a little more blind on the chart. But this is a company I don't actually want to own. You know what I mean? So I don't really.
And why not just go like? I think Eb and I were talking about this, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. It's like, why not just go buy Bitcoin? Like, why? Like, if you want to be in Bitcoin, like, I don't see the point of buying MicroStrategy when I would just go buy Bitcoin outright. Like, they're just, to me, it doesn't really make sense. If you want to trade it and you're trying to trade it as like, hey, your narrative is Bitcoin gets a bounce, maybe we get some follow through as a trade.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, I can maybe get behind that. I mean, if I just pulled up a 4 hour. I mean, if you look at kind of this setup, you know, I'd take, hey, lows in the RSI here. You're getting kind of a higher low, so you're getting some bullish divergence here. I think I've said this on here before. I call it the basement window trade. You're kind of at the bottom of this range. Like, you know, if you want to take depending on your time frame, if you're like, hey, you want to swing it for a month or something or 2 months, you want to put a stop below this low at like call it 150 and get in here as we get above the 21. You're risking, $14. Maybe it's a 2-to-1 trade here because there's probably maybe $25-30 of upside, maybe 35 if we got back to close to 200 if Bitcoin continues to rally.
Yeah.
And then you got a divergent low on the RSI, but it's for a bounce. Would I hold this thing longer term? Not with the chart looking like this. No. It's just a short-term trade for me if I was going to do it. I'm not in it. I don't plan on being in it. But if you want to trade it, that's kind of what I would do.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know why people like it either when they could buy Bitcoin, like you said. I mean, you're looking at a company that is just repeatedly diluting its shareholders. You're looking at a founder who went bankrupt. And again, I mean, that's not good, but went bankrupt in the early 2000s for almost doing the same thing, not for Bitcoin or anything of that sort, but he bankrupted his company. I mean, I just don't like the whole entire scenario, and I just think, honestly, it's all bullshit. Like, what they're doing is bullshit.
Yeah, I don't understand, like, they're not generating...
What did I walk into here?
Yeah. Us ripping on Michael Saylor?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, let's go. I'm just in time.
He's with it, yeah.
Let's get your opinion since you just showed up. So let's
people are asking, like, is it possible that it bounced here? And I'm like, I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of a giant time frame range. It could rip from here, but like, my problem is I don't believe in it. So I just don't even want to freaking trade it. I don't even want to buy it. It's hard for me to get behind, like, trying to pick up a little bit of a bottom on it, It could bounce. It could fucking rip. This could be the lows. I don't know. But am I willing to take the risk on MSTR? No, I'm just not. That's the problem. I don't know, Emp. What you got?
I've asked this.
I'm gonna clip this up too. So
I've asked this question for months. What advantage do you get buying MSTR instead of buying spot?
I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh, the advantage is you get diluted on.
Yeah. Okay. No. Actual advantage.
Nope. Wait.
A piece of
Zero.
paper.
The answer
there.
is zero.
Oh yeah.
I like that. Well, I like that.
That was good.
Yeah, so that's the point I'm making is, does it move and is it volatile and stuff? Yes. Like, but what advantage? Like, there's no leverage underneath it. They're not actually. I mean, people tried to say for a while that there's leverage and this and that, but there's no leverage. All they're doing is just taking a bunch of people's money and buying Bitcoin. Why can't you just go buy Bitcoin? Like, there's downside risk and there's no real upside, like outperformance risk. The only arguments I've heard is that, okay, well, they can, lend some of their Bitcoin or do, whatever.
That's
get into
the
some
only thing
other
they could do.
And if they do that, like, okay, what are you getting? I mean, it's one side, it's a risk because you're lending a volatile asset. But on the other side, what are you going to get to, an extra 10%, on your gross margin? You're going to get extra 10% income from interest, maybe. I mean, I just don't see, there's no leverage. It's not like, there's not like they're like, a 2x leverage ticker for Bitcoin or anything, because they're not. So I've not heard a strong argument presented to why you would buy MSTR over Bitcoin if you're an investor. If you're just trading it, like, I'm not going to ignore like that. Like, when you trade it, obviously it makes beta outsized types of moves, but a lot of people are learning the hard way that works both ways. MSTR at crazy lows down here when Bitcoin's not. Like, it trades like a leverage ticker, but it's not even actually leverage. So that's my problem. I mean, it's not like I don't know. Saylor's a whole different thing too. Saylor just talks his book for one. It's not like he has some great track record either. Like, I just don't understand
in the early 2000s.
infatuation.
He went bankrupt on one of his businesses in the early 2000s.
Correct.
Well, he almost went to jail.
I mean, he seems like a scam artist.
You got it.
No. I'm not gonna like make allegations against the guy, but I just don't see, with what he's doing and what he's saying, it just doesn't convince me that there's any advantage to buying his stock instead of just buying the underlying Bitcoin asset itself. I mean, he's selling stock in his company. He's selling his shares. And people that are like insiders of MSCR were selling their shares and they're buying Bitcoin with it. They're doing like the opposite of what they're telling you to do.
And by the way, if Bitcoin was to drop, MicroStrategy's dead. Like, dead.
Yeah. He says, well, no, if I get if Bitcoin goes to 1,000, we'll just buy all the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I'm like,
how are you doing that?
They're not going to
buy any Bitcoin.
There's not a liquidation point either. So, like, a lot of people get that misunderstood. There's not like a point where all of a sudden they have to sell. At least there's a time point because of the convertible notes that can come due or whatever. There's a time crunch that they could get into. But there's not like, if Bitcoin goes to 50K or 30K or whatever, it's not like they're just going to get liquidated and margin called because they're not leveraged. So they're just spot. They've just literally taken, they've issued shares, raised debt. They've issued debt to buy Bitcoin. That's all they've done. And it's not like if Bitcoin goes up, like all of a sudden, I mean, the only winners are people that are insiders or maybe the people that own that debt. Those are the only people that are really actually winning. But like, they can't go bankrupt. And then here's the other thing: only buy Bitcoin, and they pivot the other day and start a U.S. dollar reserve. I mean, that's a wild thing to pivot to after like literally being completely against it for 2.5 years, 2 years. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't sit very well with me.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you're super bullish on MicroStrategy.
Yeah. So I'm saying is I'm just margin long.
Well, yeah.
MSTZ. No.
No, that is not true. Just kidding.
That's about all the strategy talk we can talk Bitcoin. Bitcoin is back testing that huge key level at 94 and change.
Yeah.
Like right now. But
rounded, well, I don't want to say like a little rounded bottom in the short term against that trend line longer term. Like I said, that move maybe back to 100 could be.
Yeah, it either stops here or goes to like 98 to 100. And then that's your next big trade. So like if you're long Bitcoin. I think this is like probably your main target. It's the top of this box that it's been in. It's also like once it got through the 50-day back test, it held it. It's making a nice run here to start the year. I think you're trimming here. You're probably not opening a net new position here. If it goes a little bit above this and back tests and holds here from like 93 up to 94.5, then yeah, okay. There's your back test entry for a move like a traversal back to 100K. But outside of that, it's I don't know, if you're not in it, I feel like you're late. I mean, it built a nice little base there for how long? And it finally, like, is breaking
like
up
almost
the upside.
6-7 weeks.
In my opinion,
right
no
here
smart
against the
money
trend line.
is buying it into previous month highs and the imbalances we have sitting there.
Dude, the other
Did
day,
you
Hey,
say
pardon
smart
me
money
wrong.
and did you say smart money and Bitcoin in the same sentence? Sorry, that
That's
was
the
smart money or
same,
big
same
money?
Bitcoin setup right there. I charted out the other day. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if it bounced there, and then if it curls back up, it's actually going to create a right shoulder for that giant head and shoulders in the larger time frame.
Rug City 2026, man.
Yeah, like
like too many people are calling for that
what-
head and shoulders.
What is that? Is that the daily? I think it's on the weekly.
Nope.
You'll see it like a little bit clearer.
All I
Yeah,
know,
it's probably cleaner.
Yeah. See, if it bounces here,
you
goes
just hold
back
this
up
trend
to
line.
that
You've had
retest.
higher lows, continue to have higher lows, but you
Mercado Libre!
got to get it back.
this is what we're bullish today, boys and girls.
Mercado Libre.
Pull up that chart.
Listen, look at this. I had this.
Have you been batting on this dip?
Look
Look
at
at
Well,
that.
not today,
Yeah.
but
There it is. There it is. I love it.
The package has been delivered.
But look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Trend line. Perfect touch right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at this candle. Boom.
Somebody
Is that
asked
your,
me earlier if I
weekly?
used it. I just looked over
This is
and
on the
saw
weekly.
it.
Nice.
Dude, everything about it. The trend line, it goes back to like July of 22 on that weekly.
And then you got these highs. So you got a high.
And you got the
here.
previous highs. I was buying a lot
Yep.
between 2000 and 1900. And
Yeah.
boy, did it was my third largest position. And as of today, it's back to my second largest position because of how much it's up.
Yeah, and I mean on the weekly, I mean you spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. We're right at this, like, call it 1950 level approximately. It's probably your average, and you get this candle. And I'm sure anybody that was trying to short this got their head absolutely ripped off today.
Yeah. And then my actual largest position in you. Look at that one.
Let's go. Peter became a member of the Wolf Pack.
Ooh, that
Let's
looks
go, baby.
nice. Look at that.
Yeah, that
That-
does look
that
nice.
just looks good
RTY
on the
about to
weekly
take
chart.
highs.
I mean, just a nice, I call this cup and handle on the weekly. You had this right here and then sideways, and then boom, you get a candle there, and you just get follow through along the 9 weekly. That looks really nice. That's a nice looking chart. Is that all-time highs? Yeah.
Yeah, no all-time high today.
Yeah. That's another one that looks, that's a nice, this is just such a great pattern. Boom, bang.
Odds.
You guys know that Evans sold the exact bottom of BM&R?
Yeah. Peter asked odds of SPY / QQ fading into close, melting up into close. Edge full bias screener is super bullish, but charts look bearish. I don't really have conviction.
For
true
the
data
daily
for
here,
that
I'll tell you.
end of day. Like I don't have true
My-
probability
the
data that I can
Edgeful-
tell you.
The Edgeful data that I have says that we played out pretty much everything.
Everything, yeah, it's all.
And here's
So
why
it doesn't-
you don't move is this
Yeah, it's
right
just-
here.
Box it.
Look at this. Here's your point of control for the day. Here's all your volume. We probably just kind of chop in this area, and that's what we've been doing, just either side of the POC.
Are we get a new Wolfpack member? Let's go,
yeah,
Peter.
Peter became a member. Let's go. Shout out.
I mean, if we were to get a little selling, where are you going? Probably here, right? 10 points lower-ish,
Yeah.
somewhere into this
It's just
volume
tough
area.
to have odds on anything this late in the day too. Like you asked me
Yeah.
at market open, like I have literal statistical data on like what the data is for like what the probability is to go to midnight open. right? What the probability is for us to break like the IB low or IB high first, right? Things like that. But all those things have played out, gap fill data, things like that. The only data that you could use right now is maybe power hour breakout data, which I know that the percentage, like the probability of us breaking out down or up in power hour is extremely low. So I would just say when power hour does start, don't expect a new low or new high a day for the majority of the time.
Yeah, you're
all you
building
can do.
value up in the upper end of this range. So, I mean, if you were to fit, like, would I short it? I just don't know if there's enough momentum in either direction because we're just going sideways here.
Yeah.
Who the hell just blasted that shit?
What?
The volume.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
it's Oscar about to go hit 17 today.
Yeah. There's a lot of ACA talk.
Up 13%.
It's been heating up again over the past 3 or 4 days.
Ticker?
OSCR. Oscar Health.
Oscar.
eBay. I know, buddy. Trust me.
Holy candle.
I'm the only one that knew eBay.
They also got an upgrade today, Oscar.
Oh,
That's
I know.
another thing.
Boom. That's a face ripper right there.
I thought of that because holy hair. If anybody knows what I'm talking
Look
about,
at
in
the
chat, let me know.
Will, look at the weekly on it, and then scroll far out.
Holy hair,
God.
holy hair, holy hair.
Whoa. Here we're talking really far. Let me clear this stuff out of here.
SPX call credit spreads at 90% here at 5 cents.
Take it off. We'll let them go the other way. No, if you're in call, you're probably fine.
I sold the 69.30s.
Yep,
So-
I did that this morning. So
Yeah, that was a great trade.
Yeah, that was.
sold those, and
what a way to start.
I got this for tomorrow. I have 2 iron condors in the Vanquish account, which is all green today, by the way.
Beautiful.
68.50, 69.70 are my are my short strikes for tomorrow.
Oh, eBay, baby. Look at that. 157%, 168%. Let's go.
It's another one right into the trend line, yeah. Let's see.
Great job, dude. You freaking rolled from the 88s into the 90s, both in the money now. Insane.
That's a nice big candle there. Holy eBay.
Big dog.
Dude,
Okay.
Big,
no.
big candle. Look at that thing. Rocket ship.
Absolutely insane.
Can it get to the can it fill this candle up right here? Right there. $95, 95.80.
Holy shit. When's the last time
What
I've
about its
traded
sister,
eBay?
PayPal?
No, I mean it's I looked at it. I was gonna put it on the live stream last night, but I was like, nah, because that's gonna be the one that I talk about that would just absolutely just do the exact opposite of what I wanted it to. But it's holding the low down there. It's trying. I left it at that. I said it's trying.
Higher low here. And a double bottom. Equal lows.
So
Obviously,
you can let me see.
Go ahead,
The trend line right there with the lower highs, just recently. Yeah, essentially that's what I'm gonna be looking at. Is once it starts to reclaim back over those EMAs and then breaks the lower high downtrend, I think I'll start to get interested on a larger time frame for PayPal to try to look at some swings.
Yeah, I mean, you had the setup lower high. What you want to see though is like when you get this divergence in RSI, like this bullish divergence, this is exactly what you want to see into a support level. Is like a big candle, like bearish or bullish engulfing candle that kind of takes back this whole area. That's exactly what you want to see to trade this. So, you know, if you got like a half back, like you retrace like 50%, you want to try and get in and then put your stop below here. That's a trade you could try to do if you want to do it. But I like, from what Casey's saying, I want to see us get like a reclaim the 21, get above this short-term downtrend line, and then like see how we act, and then maybe make a run to the 50 or to this base up here at like 65. That's probably your target from a price perspective, but or we just get up here and then reject and then see you later. That could be the other thing too. But if you like it, if you want to get long it, it's been beat up. Kind of got this bottom way back here, April of 25, and you're kind of into that zone again. So if you continue to get bullish price action in PayPal, that could be maybe a move back up. What else on everybody's radar?
Let's see.
QQQ's
What are your thoughts on A-Lab? I actually did open a month out call on it. I know it looks a little shitty today, but right into the weekly 9 and 21, as well as into the daily as well after that gap up and fade.
I mean, you did kind of hold this level, and you're right into the 9 and 21. They are going sideways.
Correct.
So as long as we stay above 162, I guess. The only thing I don't like is I don't like to see when you trade like this candle. Like I expect the next candle, if you're going to break out of this, this kind of rounded bottom you got going on, like I want to see it break up and go. I don't want to see it do this. This bearish engulfing kind of makes me a little bit more nervous if I'm in calls. So I'd like to see something a little bit different than that. But
yep, I'm with you. I did one starter because I see some flow or that they really like 190s and 200s over the next 2 weeks, including this week. So I got just a one contract starter because it's 1,500 a contract for a month and a half out.
I mean, I'm not sure on this candle. Like if you get follow through or something, I'd cut it. I wouldn't be in.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, if I get under 160, I'm just closing it. That's basically what it is.
Or I don't know what the options look like in there, but you could always try to sell some short-term call premium against it to try and cut your debit out of the longer dated call if you have it. But this candle's typically like you want to see this like kind of maybe consolidate right here, and then boom, you get a big green candle in the other way, like something like this. You kind of break, and then boom, you get some type of big buyer step in and take it to new highs.
So same scenario. If you pull up ASTS, December 26th, I went long on that. Kind of same scenario. It was a day after that bearish engulfing. Right into the 21, right above the 50 SMA. And then I started to see that same exact kind of data showing up that 90s and 100s were being bought for that basically this whole month, like the 9th and the 16th. And here we are at like 92. So it kind of relates to the same thing to that. That's why I kind of grabbed a starter in A-Lab. But yes, no, I'm with you 100%. Like it doesn't look that pretty. It's more so like I feel the possible mean reversion is there.
You just don't want to see follow through. Like
correct.
Candle. If you get follow through, that makes me more nervous. Like you don't want to lose the 50. You lose the 50, like
oh yeah, no, it's ugly.
Like, see you later. But if
I'll be closing that for sure.
Yeah, if you can hold this and then try to work your way back up to the upper end of the range, okay, I could see it. Then maybe like if I'm back up here, I'm thinking about maybe I'm adding for a move back higher. But those the only ABAT, American Battery. I don't know about this one. Another big candle. I don't know much about this one, but obviously it's a big candle, so trade accordingly. NQ on the daily, just riding this trend line.
Carnival Cruise Line getting a nice move today after back testing after the squeeze upside. That was the setup on CCL daily. We caught that move for 300%. The same setup that was on Carnival is the exact reason why I took eBay, and I said it was gonna, it was almost identical. in the exact way and what it was doing. It's the reason why I took eBay, and it was going to be a huge freaking move.
Casey, look at NCLH on the daily and the weekly.
Oh yeah, we were
Was
looking
that
at them this
Norwegian?
morning. Yeah, they still look very, very good. They look very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, you had this, I'd call it really kind of a messy head and shoulders, but you kind of got this. You broke below on the earnings. You based for a while. Now you're back, what I would say, back to the scene of the crime, right? So
Both of them had daily squeezes. NCLH is fired the first week in December, and then you saw the move up on Wednesday, December 10th. CCL's fired shortly after on December 11th. I was already in days prior to that. CCL based a lot longer at the low than NCLH did. But yeah, both of them are looking absolutely fantastic. RCL is lagging the move, but also I hate trading RCL, and options are not the best over there. So mainly just going to continue to watch CCL and NCLH. I like CCL the best. Options are cheaper. I can usually buy more and just let runners freaking run. And that's how you can catch multi-100% trades. Names like that.
This just on Norwegian, like on the bigger time frame, this is a good example of hidden bearish divergence for me on the RSI. Just something I watch. Like you have supply above you, you break down, and then when you rally back, like why did this fail up here? Well, you're overbought on the daily, but like again, this is higher than the previous high, but price is lower. So what this tells you in these continuation patterns is that this is probably an exhaustion point where you get this divergence. And obviously you coordinate that with price structure where you have all the supply above you. So it's like we stop here, you get a candle. These can be sometimes good short setups for continuation back in the whatever the longer term trend is, which to this has been.
I just heard on the news headline the Snowflake CEO is going to be on this NVIDIA pregame show or something coming up here shortly for the CES event. So
yeah, 4 o'clock is that event.
4 o'clock is Jensen, but before that, there's like a pre-show.
Oh, okay.
And apparently Snowflake CEO is about to join. So if anybody's trading Snowflake, which I know some people have been watching that one, so just want to call out that programming note.
There you go. Yeah, as we start to kind of lose, losing a little bit of steam here. 44,
Yeah, market's looking like dog.
45.
Inverted cup and handle on Qs on the 5-minute.
Yeah, you can
I'm
almost
still
argue
short.
maybe a little head and shoulders here. One head right here, shoulder, getting a little breakdown.
I am still fucking short, baby.
So first target, 69.45, or you probably come to this volume area, which is like 39 and a half-ish. Which is
Just posted those charts on X. It'll show the CCL chart from earlier for the trade and the setup there. And then it'll show the eBay current chart and that setup there. Again, CCL, I exited mine around 235%. They went 300. The eBay is now pushing 200%. And just look at those charts side by side. Those are the things that I look for on the higher time frames. I like seeing bases, squeezes, consolidation leads to expansion. Look for signs of buyers and bullish setups down there at the lows. Risk to reward is incredible. And then you catch these big moves on these names. What is ticker OGN?
I don't know.
No way. That's
What is it?
hilarious.
No idea.
Ticker OGN. Go to your 5-minute. The
That's
alert came in at 1:30 that I had for $8 calls. Well, yeah, look.
Yeah, straight
I
rant.
just went back through my flow alerts and I was like, I've never seen this before. Ticker OGN, $8 calls at 1:30, and I don't know what the heck that stock does or what the news was, but it had a really, really nice move.
Yep, went from 720 to 770. There's a move for you.
So let me go. I talked about this one earlier as well. Ticker VALE. That one's still cruising up all day since that flow came in this morning. Daily and weekly chart is insane on that one.
Zoom this out. There's your daily. Looks good. Let me pull the weekly. Yep, back above your 200 weekly now.
Yeah, so the calls this morning that came in that I called out, they were $15 calls for June 18, 2026, and it's just been grinding up higher all day, but that daily and weekly chart looks really good.
And look at this.
Oh,
Here's
yeah.
your, break of the long-term weekly trend line from like 3 years.
Yep.
Finally broke above. Here's like when you look at trend lines, like how I love to trade them, if you get them, is obviously this is on a long-term
Another
trend.
weed headline, marijuana headline. They dropped the challenge to the rescheduling in some of the congressmen or something.
Like this chart, perfect. Breakout, back test the backside of the trend line. Here's your long right here. Try to get long on the backside of it, and then you want the next candle to be up.
Yeah, essentially, I said on PayPal, what I'm looking for, that break of that lower high trend line, that's what I want to see on PayPal eventually happen.
It's like a break above a small base and then go. That's what you want to see. And the moving average is running with it.
SPY taking out that low from earlier at 115. But still good. Credit spread still cooking.
Yup.
Yeah, so either we hold this low right here where we are at 45, or we fail and we go back kind of towards the open, which is right around that 39 area.
ES took out the lows here. I don't think NQ quite did. Barely not.
All right, I got to make a separate channel for the spreads. Spread on tootsies. Next target downside on SPY, I'm looking closer to a 687. If we do get this flush, Qs is going to be closer to about 616.70 area.
YM finally really gave it up. Mr. Dow.
Oh, everything giving it up a little bit here. Oh,
thoughts on BLSH bullish.
hello.
What is this? What is bullish?
Just watch 6900 SPX. That's the big key for me.
Bullish is trying to base out a little bit, but
I closed all my spreads out because I oversized earlier, but I'll figure it out. But had a nice win.
Nice.
Oh, dang it. I should have take a picture of my shirt for the CCL and eBay chart. I'll redo it later.
Do you see anything on bullish, Will?
What's that? Oh,
Do you see anything on bullish?
let me take a look. Hold on. I'm just watching this.
BLSH.
That's a nice little candle here.
Yeah, it
Now
is.
we're
Break
getting a
below
nice
55. Guys, where are we going? If we lose that, what I said, we're going right here. I'm telling you, 39.5 is going to be your target.
Bring it down.
You're going to go right into this volume node right here. That's where you're going. Let's say try to wick it down and hold this low at 45, but
Shorted the fucking top.
yeah, they're going to try and hold it on this candle probably. You're getting a little bit oversold on the 5 minute. You're getting close, but I'd like to see a little flush right into that level. If we do get a wick down below here, you could scalp it.
Jordan, check your text real fast.
But
iDubbbz finally starting to get a little bit of a pullback underneath the 5-minute 21 for the first time all day.
What is this? Bullish? BLSH. Obviously, there's not a ton of person. Let me just scale this the right way first so I can see. I don't love it. I can tell you that. So if you're in it, I can tell you where I'd be out of it. I mean, if you're short term in it, like I'm out at this candle. Anything below 38, see you later. But below the moving averages, like you got to get back above the 50. And really to get long this thing, like I want to see some kind of close back over 49, like longer term. Because it's just more malaise for me, more sideways action. These are going sideways. Your 50's downward sloping. I want to see some kind of close back above the 50 and then back up over 49 for me.
Yeah, that's from what Amp was talking about, the weed headline, that candle on MSOS. That's what
Yeah, they like dropped the challenge to the reclassification or something. That's what the headline was.
Dell does look like a fat short. It's hitting the support from December 18th, that Thursday. It's going to be around that 122 area, but it ain't looking good.
No. I mean, you're at the 200 on the daily though for Dell.
Yeah, the weekly, someone was just looking at it. I mean, Head and Shoulders, I can see it 100%. And you're sitting right on an area of support. So you got a little Head and Shoulders right here.
Right there, and then got your 50 period weekly, which is close to the 200 daily.
Yep.
So yeah, if we start to lose like 120,
yeah,
it's gonna be. I don't know. You could probably. I mean, what's this? 160, 40 bucks. I mean, yeah, you're probably looking at like somewhere in this area. I would say. I don't know if you maybe get to the 200 weekly, but doesn't look great. That just goes back to the semis in general, though. Like we were just saying, like when you're going through all these, these names. Like here's another one, Dell. Like I don't love the chart, right? Just not something that I think I would want to be long in it for sure.
I paper-handed NVIDIA puts so bad this morning. I got impatient and I closed it and I switched to ARM. And ARM started to play out, and then NVIDIA just freaking rugged so hard afterwards.
Here's what I don't like about NVIDIA right now is I just like on the daily, like I don't this candle, like you get this congestion and then you get kind of this takes all this back. And then you had this Friday candle that wicked, you had a wick and then small body, and now you got an engulfing candle. Like if tomorrow this next candle is like a lower candle down below 184.5, that's a short. Like you start getting below I mean, even you could almost say even below this little balance area. We zoom this in, right? Like we start losing, I don't know, call it 186. We get a candle that goes down and starts to run. Maybe it goes down and fills this gap right here on this candle, 181. So maybe $4 or $5 of a trade. Could. You don't want to lose the 50 here. And then guess what happens with everything else? Probably going with it, to be honest. So this tomorrow's candle needs to look, I can't draw it, but needs to look like bullish back up this way. You gotta go higher. What's Apple doing? Just getting worse.
I just pulled that up too.
That's it.
It's sitting back at support right now around this 265, 266.
What do you say, loose? I mean, you could kind of almost say this. I mean, it's not really good head and shoulders, but
Yeah.
it's kind of sideways, but it doesn't look good either way.
NVIDIA live stream has started, by the way.
Ooh. Yeah, you're weekly on Apple. I mean, it just looks like it wants to give a move back down to 260.
Like I said, next. I think when we look at this trend line, I think it's healthy, but like Apple, you know, depending on the time frame, but call it maybe middle of January, if we work our way back into the 250s, support here, trend line, you got some areas of influence, you got these prior highs. Like to see what we do if we get into this area.
So the weekly MACD just flipped bearish last week on the close. So now you're getting a little bit more continuation on your MACD for
and guess what else you got? What is that?
Yeah. So
everybody, weekly. Yeah. This is like we talk about big time frame divergences. Here you go. This is classic what it looks like.
So that high that you just drew right there, on the left side, that evening star right there at that high.
Yeah,
that's that's the last time that the weekly MACD was bullish and crossed bearish, and then that's what happened with Apple afterwards. Now,
so look at this candle to your point, and then look at this one.
Yep.
The big shadow wick, right? You went nowhere the next week. Bearish candle, doji, bearish candle, and now you're getting continuation below the 9 weekly. So
yeah,
look at your 21 weekly comes right into this high. So that's probably your target is about $6, probably 260.
260, and then it's going to bounce, probably put in a lower high. After that, when it comes back down, loses that 260, then start to get that move back down.
Probably.
Yeah. Yep. So that was looking good for a potential swing short.
and that'll probably be, you'll start to get the RSI to be oversold at that level into a support level, which is what I'd like to see if you're going to get a bounce. But that's a classic. But again, for bigger picture, for these markets to move higher, you're going to need participate. Like you can't have candles like this on Apple. You can't have candles like this on NVIDIA. You don't want to see these type of candles. Or AMD.
Just real fast. For those that aren't paying attention to the screen, I just got it tweeted out. We are going to give away a 50K growth account from Tradify during Power Hour. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We're giving away one today. We'll give away some more soon. I got some pulled some strings, got some accounts to give away to you guys. So live on the stream, hang out. There's going to be a trivia question today, and then we'll do like a more standard drawing. You know, I don't know when, but later we'll do a drawing and some other ways of giving it away. But today, trivia question during Power Hour for that 50K growth account from Tradify.
Hell yeah.
And shout out code Wolf, 30%. They still got 30% off all accounts at Tradify right now for a New Year's sale, good through the 15th. So you still got a few, another week, 10 days on that. But 30% off is their current thing using code Wolf. But we're going to give you guys, somebody is going to get an account today.
There you go.
Oh, SPY, bring it down.
Yeah, here's ES, just rotating. I think we rotate back to 39 if we lose this area. Up another 4 or 5 points.
$30 puts on Apple. Holy shit. Roku. Roku's weekly squeeze still moving to the upside, hasn't fired. Looking good. It's coming up to the earnings high from October.
What are you on the weekly?
Yeah. Its daily consolidation is finally starting to break out.
That is, I mean, look at this. I can't make it small enough almost.
I know.
I mean, look at this thing. doubled $400-$500 stock that dropped and just went nowhere
Yeah.
for 3 years. Kind of crazy. But you're finally, I gotta rescale this. Yeah, you're finally getting a break back above. And
Yeah, that daily chart consolidated for, I mean, a minute. And now it's there. Yeah, so now it's finally starting to peek its head after that consolidation, coming up to that previous high from October.
Yep.
So
yeah, I mean, you finally got. I mean, you've been obviously on the daily. You could have been in this. It's had moving averages moving up and to the right. So nice consolidation here for the past month, really, or maybe 2 weeks, call it. And probably a trade you could take. You know, if you entered above the break of the 9 this morning, that's a trade you could be in. Stop below what is that, 107.88? It's where I'd be stopped out. Vanquish. I like it. I just opened an account on Vanquish last week. Took me a little bit to get some stuff figured out, but I finally got it figured out. I'm still trying to learn the ins and outs, but I got some positive trades in there so far. Just small size, just trying to get familiar with it. So far for me, so good. Oops.
Apple, man, like I feel like you're kind of chasing at this low, and I'd want to see it bounce a little bit to short it, but I feel like 250s for February 20th would just be.
Casey, here's what here. This is a setup you could do. If you have advanced options account, if you want to do this setup, whether you want to go out in a week or on the weekly, this is a perfect one of those like ratio spread type setups, or 2 weeks out where you could buy like an at the money and sell either 1x3 or broken wing butterfly that tries to target like the 260 or the 257.5s. Like you could do something like that. You buy a 265 and you sell 3 of the 257s or 3 of the 255s to try and cut the trade and try to fill up that, you know, because that's where you have support, right? So you hope those short strikes that you're short kind of go to nothing and you capture the 1x1 call spread, and then you're short 2 puts below it that just cuts the debit out of it. So that could be a trade set. I might look at that for maybe.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now on Weeble.
I don't know. It might be too
I don't
far
think
out.
you can. I don't think you can do broken wing butterflies on.
You could probably set it up.
I gotta figure out how.
I don't know if they have the actual like built-in strategy for it.
They don't. They have a regular butterfly.
Yeah, so you have to move the strikes around. Like if you don't, if you can't do a ratio spread because you can't do naked options if you're in a smaller sized account for whoever's trading it. Broken wing, when I say that, is you take a straight butterfly and you move the longer strike further away, so it's unbalanced. So you have more risk on one side. But what it does is it cuts the debit of the trade because one spread's tighter and one's further away. So if you think there's an area of support, which is like how I like to trade them, you know, I would do. I'm just looking at the premium real quick. Let's see, Apple. I mean, we could even do like a weekly. I just don't know how much juice is going to be in there.
Yeah, I was looking at January 16s.
But even still, like, so here, let me pull this up real quick so I can look at it. I'll try and draw what I'm saying here. I mean, it'd been a nice entry this morning, but if you think that, you know, if we think that support could be obviously your first stop's going to be 265, right? We'll see what happens here. But the trade is like you're long a 265, and then I'm either going to be short maybe the 257s because you got support at this trend, this spot here. Or if you want to go down to like the 250s, you're probably going to have to go a little longer dated. But I don't mind being short the 250s because I got support between these two zones plus a trend line, right? You got these highs over here, and then you got this one and this one. So it's like I'm long this put spread, but then I'm short a put spread on the other side, or short puts on the other side. Does that make sense? Of
Yeah.
how I would structure that and why? Because like I want to be long this put, but I want to be short puts down here because I think this catches us somewhere. So yeah, if you do this Jan, what is that? That's 21st. I mean, it's possible if this falls apart. I mean, we could get there, and then you're also.
I have January 16th pulled up right now.
So I could do like. Let's see. Yeah, 11 days. I mean, you might be able to do it on the weekly. Like, so if I did one of those, there's not enough juice on the. I mean, you could do the 257s. So if I did a 1x3, you're long 187, and the 257s are 34 cents. So really, it cuts that trade to a roughly 80 cents on the put is what your net debit is if you did a 1x3. That's just for Friday's expiration, but you also have a lot of news this week too. So
incorrect, Edward. You cannot swing trade on Vanquish. Not yet.
There's somebody's asking in the chat, can you look at HIMS or NVO, those charts?
Yeah.
We got the chartist Will up here going. You were looking at that other
shout out Will sharing the charts today. I'm just going
but yeah, I like keep an eye on the chat, see what you guys are looking at. HIMS has not looked good at all for a while. I'm going to chart this with you, Will, because I'm curious if it's
right ahead. Yeah, so start on the daily.
Does this give you like? Yeah, this has got some divergence on that RSI at least.
Yep, for sure, definitely. This is what I would say classic double bottom with bullish divergence. Lower low here, and then you got a higher low in the RSI, and then you do get some bullish price action. It's almost like a look below this low and fail. So now when you look at this as a trade, you could say I'd be looking like this is what I watch for, and then I'm like, all right, what does the price action look like? So you got a double bottom with a higher low. Now maybe you get in this trade here, or maybe on this candle. I would say I'd probably try to get in here, and then now you're getting a move back above the 9, close above the 9. Yeah, maybe make. I mean, could this run to the 50, or if you look at horizontal price action back to here, possibly.
Yeah, that was at 50 days at like $38, almost 39, right in that area, and then that clear level is at 40 and change up there. Right
here.
Very clear level. Yeah, there you've got it right there. Yeah.
Yep. So like you got all this.
That one's interesting. It's breaking a downtrend, but does it have any juice or like story or anything behind it?
Yeah. I mean, you got a shorter term trend line that you broke today, which is there. The only thing I don't like if you're trying to swing it is this. Everything, you're below the 200, you're below the 50. This is like you want to trade it for a pop back to here, and then I'd cut it. That's probably what I would do. Because the chance that you run all the way through here and then run back through 40, maybe, but this is a lot of distribution over a long period of time. So when you start looking at this big area that did not hold here, and then this was a great short setup as you break down and then you retest that 40, that's a good short. And now you get a double bottom. Yeah, it's tradable, but if you're wrong, if you take this trade, you know right where to get out of this thing. So if you have a tight stop and you say I want to get out of it below 33 on this candle for the day, there's your stop if you want to enter it now on this divergence double bottom. I'd be okay with that. Or if you want to give it more breathing room and you want to let it run a little further, if you get in at 35 and you're risking $3, the trade to the 50 is about $3, maybe 3.5. So it's kind of a 1-to-1 trade if you want to set that up that way.
Your NVO weekly is like PayPal. Draw the trend line, and it's just lower highs, and it's sitting. It's literally hitting it like now. If you take that high from the Monday, February 24th, that high right there, 1, 2, 3.
Right there.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking left. This is auto drawn, but there's obviously support in here. So, this is another one of those like, base, rally, and now we've returned to the base, right? The breakout, which is what you see that's common. Big rally, you return to the base, and then that's where you get the support that steps in. And it's all the support below you. You see a lot of green lines that are getting drawn for me. So curling, I like that. 9 is curling. 21, you're above it. We'll see what we do with this trend line. If we like break above and then you get the retest and you hold the 21 here, I like it. At least for run back to the 50. So what is that? We're at 55 here, all the way up to 63, and that's obviously going to come down a little bit, but that could be a setup. Yeah, NVO. There you go. The other indicators on my chart, so the moving averages that I have are the light blue is the 9 EMA, the 21 EMA is dark blue, and then the yellow is the 50 simple, and this red line is the 200. So it's 200 simple, 250, or I'm sorry, 50 simple, and then the other two are 9 and 21 EMA. And then
great question.
Yep. And then the other one's just the lines on my chart. I use flux chart, support and resistance, multi-time frame, and just draws those in there automatically based on what I have pulled up. The other one.
All right, guys.
Let's go ahead.
Do we want to do a little giveaway? Do we want to go ahead and give it away during Power Hour?
Let's do it. Drop the trivia question. What do we got?
All right, hold on. I got a good trivia question for you guys.
Me.
First person to put it in the chat. It can be an X chat or YouTube chat. It'll come up on our screen in order. First person to answer this is going to win.
Let me get ready.
Let me type it in here.
Hold on, let me get the chat pulled up. I'm gonna win this thing so hard.
All right. Everyone ready? Chat, are we ready? Everyone paying attention? I want to give everyone a second or two to get here. Let me know in the chat if you guys are ready. Because I know like some of you may have walked away. I want to give everyone a chance to make sure they get back to their computer or their phone.
Look at him, a floating head.
You're in the pool.
There we go. Yeah, I'm in the pool.
Dude, come to my side of the house, will you already? So here's the best part. Before you ask the question, one day we're gonna be in the same room, and then I'm gonna come onto your screen, and you're gonna come onto mine. And then
I know. Yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta do that.
In the same house.
I swear,
We have to do that.
If you guys have to go in person, and you guys just oh my god, I would cry if Jordan walked off his screen and into Will's screen. I would cry laughing. All right, chat, are we ready?
Drop it. Everybody's ready.
Ready? Okay, here comes the trivia question. Once again, first person to answer this correctly in the chat will win the 50K growth account from Tradify. Somebody give me a countdown or something. Are we ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baby, drop it.
Here it comes. Whoop. Boom.
That's why you need the
What date was the first wolf trading space?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wolf trading. When was the first space? When did we start?
Keyword wolf trading
We
space.
used to have Jordan. We used to, we had spaces. We had Wolf Financial. When the wolf trading launched, when was the first wolf trading space?
Oh.
Let's see. I don't think anybody's gotten it yet.
Hold on, Daddy.
I need the date. I need the day and the month at least. And the year. Don't just give me that.
Took a guess.
A couple people have hit the year.
Okay, a couple people hit.
Oh, I see it. Nope, I see it. I
You
see
got
the
it.
winner.
Who?
Hold
Oh,
on.
I see it. Yeah, who?
I see it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold on. I saw the winner right there.
There he is. There he
April
is.
11th, 2025. Boom,
Let's
bang, bing bong,
That's
as
the
Jordan
lowest-
would
is that the
say.
Boom,
lowest
boom,
of the
boom,
year?
boom, bop, bam.
It's almost the
We
lowest year.
put the low in. We marked the low of the bear market with Wolf Trading
Let's go.
in 2025. April 11th is the correct answer. I don't know how to pronounce your name.
I don't know either, but we're gonna go with Pola.
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 Pola, please DM the Wolf Trading X account. Tell us who you are so we know who to look for.
Don't worry, Frozzy. More accounts coming, baby. Don't worry. We'll do more giveaways in the future.
I want to know how you found that so fast too.
Yeah. Seriously. I didn't even know it until you sent me it. Like I didn't even know.
I mean, it didn't take me. I know how to use the search function pretty well, so it didn't take me too long to figure it out. But boom.
You
Good news is I have more accounts to give away on a different day, and we'll do it in a different manner. But for the first one, going to do it live here.
How
on
we
stream.
handling it? Are they gonna DM you and get their email or something? What do you need?
Pull out. Send a DM to the Wolf Trading X account, and I have a code for you that will give you a free 50K growth account from Tradify. Shout out Tradify, 30% off. The sale is still going on with code Wolf, and I have more accounts to give away on another day. So
let's go.
If you didn't win, whatever. Sorry about you. Sorry, not sorry.
Don't worry, more
Boom.
coming.
Now, I see you said you sent it. Now tell me, how did you figure it out? Tell us
curious.
How did you figure it out so fast?
Maybe this
I'm
guy's
just curious.
hot on advanced search. He might be.
He may be
Most
super
people don't
hot
know
on
how
that.
to use it, so.
No ching.
Oh. I think we got the DM. You got
Find it?
them. It's in
Okay.
requests.
Yeah. Let's get that.
Most recent request. Shout out Pola. Shout out everybody that participated. We'll do more.
How do we
Fun.
verify that this is actually you?
Have him type his @ in the chat. If you really want to verify it. It's also the only DM.
Like 5 people are like, "Oh, it was me."
Yeah, right. I know. No, you can just ask him what his @ is, but I don't see any other DMs. So.
All right.
You got it,
we
Em?
got it. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Polo, we got you. Oh, Amma Jamma, long and chill. She was up like $5,000 earlier on silver contracts. Damn.
Silver. I haven't looked at that today, actually.
Or that was yesterday, I guess. That was 19 hours ago.
What did Robert Kiyosaki said silver was going to gap up to 100 last night? Today it would be $100. I think he missed
All
it
right.
a bit.
Yeah.
Code has been given.
It's ooh.
Code has been given.
SPY is bouncing off 15-minute volume point of control and putting in a Morningstar reversal.
What time is it? Oh, we just started Power Hour not too long ago. So.
Power hour, baby. Back testing
Then-
resistance right here. So if it can get a little push higher, close over top, it looks good.
Yeah. Kind of makes sense. We got a bounce. We were towards low a day. Going into Power
And-
Hour, it's a low chance we make a new low a day. So the fact that we're bouncing, not a huge surprise.
And right here, look, the point of control is back up here, so it's like a magnet. High volume area of the day. Makes sense.
But your tick all morning, honestly, it was closing above the 0 line.
Yes, not very
Now
bearish.
now it's finally starting to get candle closes underneath the 0 line. It's even doing it right now. It just retested and rejected it. So
Ooh, Alcoa is flying new high. AA.
There you go, Alcoa.
a Ron.
Dude, that's almost doubled since November.
Wow.
Golly.
Those are the ones who just like, how is that not on my radar? Look at this thing. Holy.
Whoa, that's weird. What made you bring that up? Because I just got an alert.
Because an alert just went off.
Oh, yeah.
We probably have the same alert, Casey.
Mine was a flow alert.
Oh, yours is flow now. Mine.
So someone just bought $65 calls for February 20th. They bought 5,000 contracts at $330 for $1.65 million.
Look at this thing. I mean, it's obviously a weekly, but just this. This is like a monster rounded bottom. Like you got almost call it like a cup and handle, but like a soup cup, like a big one.
Like a soup cup.
You know, like the big bowl. You know, not like this little cup, like the one the
big dog
bowl from Panera. Like, look at this thing. How did we miss? I haven't looked at this thing. I can tell you that right now. I haven't looked at it in a long time. Look at the last 8 weeks of candles. Just, oh my God. This thing was what? 30? It's doubled? Wow.
What about CRS? I see that one in the chat here. But by the way, the market came in. SPX hit right at that 6,900. It held it. It's kind of just chopping around. Qs are a little bit weaker. IWM starting to round a little bit, but still up near the highs. CS stuff's going to start here in 45 minutes, 44 minutes. So just giving everybody a heads up on that. CRS.
Yeah. Carpenter Technology Corporation. I don't know much about this company, but
but I know the chart.
Looks pretty good. Trend line. Got a nice base here.
That 50-day just wick and go twice.
Yeah.
Next giveaway is an ounce of silver, right? Oh,
could be.
Whoa. Are you donating that, Boris?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like we're making a lot of money off of this, sir.
Yeah, you got a nice consolidation, and then right here into the 50, and a monster buyer stepped in and said, hey, I'd like me some CRS. Let's go to the upside. So now you could maybe a little cup and handle action. Boom, we kind of consolidate and then go. Go to a lower time frame, like the hourly or something.
If Pepsi closes underneath 140, I'll swing the rest. Still have a few left after the move downside this morning, but if it does close under 140, I'll swing the rest.
Turtle soup, I like that. Butter. Pepsi, let's pull that up.
I took puts this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I'm in that as well.
Yeah. Got a nice move down, break of structure. Yeah, just like that. Yep.
This is another great why triangles are so good, is because sometimes you get the false breakout. There it is, and then just fell apart. But when they break, they usually break with some steam. Now you're below the 200. I guess what's your first target? You're going to trim some here at 138.5?
Me this morning, I did at 140.
140, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So probably you lose 138.5. Maybe we come down here and fill this up, this gap.
Yeah, so the ones that I took were 135s, so they have a little bit of time. So would like to see it move down from here down to 137.50, 137, and then see if it can potentially fill that gap down there.
I need AMD to lose 220. That's what I need.
So yeah, the 135s for February 20th. Those are the ones I took this morning. They're still sitting around close to $200 on the contracts, so they're still up nicely. But got a nice move and trim this morning.
If you look at AMD, I shorted it this morning. I did take one trim already, 20%, just to de-risk a little bit. But running up into this event, I think this event's overhyped. Lisa Sue's talking tonight. I think it's a sell the news overall. But then on the chart, it gapped up 2 days in a row. It gapped up above the 50-day and then lost it. And it lost that like support level that it had there around 227, right where that 50-day was, where the high was on Friday. And those couple things together, once it lost that, that's why I said, okay, I'm going to try to short this back down to the 215 area. And then if it gets follow through further out, then you look for like 205, 200.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. And what's the president of Venezuela? What's his name?
Maduro.
Someone posted a cartoon picture of him and Diddy together in the same cell in jumpsuits.
I saw that one. That was
Diddy sitting behind him. He says, "It's okay. They took my oil too."
Bro, I've seen so many Diddy oil jokes.
Oh my god!
I think the best one is that the skit, the Dave Chappelle skit, when he's
Oh yeah.
You talking about oil?
Oil?
Oh shit!
What the fuck talking about oil? And then he just knocks the glass over and runs.
Yeah, they run out of the corner.
And then he knocks the water over. Oh, there was a bunch of good ones.
Every time I see that one, I laugh. It doesn't matter what it is. It's so funny.
It's like the guy had like 4 fresh outfits on the whole time. Like he was telling everyone good. Like he's like Happy New Year, good night, Happy New Year.
Yeah, he's
Look, I'll say this though, Venezuela, like a lot of Venezuelans are celebrating around the world as they should be, just as it pertains to them, regardless of the political side of everything, just how it pertains to Venezuela and the situation. There's still going to be a long process before anything gets stabilized and fixed there. It's not like, hey, this guy's gone,
that's the
we hold
first
an election in
step.
30 days.
It's not like everything's just
you
sunshine and
have
rainbows.
you have a power vacuum now because there's so many organized crime groups there that are all fighting. Like while there were a lot of people out in the streets celebrating, there was also, opposition factions to him and other groups that are, paramilitary groups and stuff that are all organizing. They're organizing to try to basically take advantage of the situation or position themselves to be, the next, influence in the country. So it's a long road from here. And then on the oil side of things, they have a sour crude, which it's not like the quote unquote sweet version like that we have in the US. It takes a lot of infrastructure. Yes, they have a lot of proven reserves, but they only currently have less than 1% of the total oil supply that's produced. Like, yes, they have 20% of the reserves that have been proven, but the infrastructure stuff's not there. There's a long road. So if you're thinking, oil is just going to get way cheaper or what this and that, it's not months but years out on the oil production from all the research that I was doing over the weekend. So
I was saying that earlier, but I think maybe before you came on, it's a much longer dated process for oil, and it's a lot of heavy crude that's down there, which we do have refining capacity in the South to do heavy crude, but it is going to be a much longer time frame for that oil to come online. It is not something that is going to happen overnight. It is not something that's going to happen probably even this year. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be put in. So I said maybe in the short term over the next 6 to 12 months, maybe the infrastructure players that are going to go in there and set up and dig and drill and add technology, maybe those will be the plays other than just the big oil conglomerates.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing like Chevron and some of these that are already there. You're seeing like Chevron Gap Up and some of these other Slumberjay and some of these other names that are going to be in that sector, the picks and shovels side of things. That's what's going to be pumping up right now in anticipation of all that.
Pepsi Candle's coming in here on the 5-minute, about to go test equal lows. See if it can break that, give new lows before end of day.
Ooh, dumping. Nobody's drinking wild cherry Pepsi today, apparently.
Not today.
Yep. That's not looking good for Pepsi. What about its friend? Its friend, the Coca-Cola company, doing the same thing. It looks like.
Yeah. KO. The setup on Pepsi, you drew it perfectly. It was the exact same thing I had, just that trend line break of structure.
Yeah.
Coke was a little bit different on the higher time frame, but overall, I mean, they both didn't look that fantastic.
Have you guys looked at Hood today and how perfectly it bottom wicked that level that we talked about?
Look at all these levels I have drawn here, but yes, look at that.
So if you go back the gap up, if you look at the gap from back in September, we were targeting that 110 and change area. I have this drawn at like 110.50 something, I think. I don't know, but it hit my box exactly to the wick on Friday. I think maybe Casey mentioned it because we were in those puts that printed pretty nicely. Boy, that's a big reaction out of that area, though.
Bottoming tail hammer, and then boom to the upside, back above. You get you almost could say this is like, I guess when I look at it this way, it's like you have false breakdown because you had follow through that got rejected like immediately at that 110 level that we talked about, and which is kind of, you got these highs over here and stuff. But when you see a candle that you get that big bottoming tail, like you don't want to, if you were short it, you got to be out of it, because if the next candle's going to be this, it's going to be, you get this above the highs, because then you get everybody steps in and you gap up. It's a good move if you caught it. Still, the one thing I don't like, 50 still sloping down and you're below it. And you're below this trend line, and you're below this trend line. If anything, until this fills out or does something else, I mean, you could do an iron condor in there. Maybe you could target 140 and maybe 100. I don't know how much premium's in there, but you could do that for the next until probably February, as this kind of triangle forms or builds out. Something like that. But it does move a lot. It's got some volatility, but you'll be compensated.
Yeah, and you have to think like favorite stocks like Hood, especially how it's been last year. When things dip in general, those are going to be the names that people start buying, because their like narrative hasn't changed, story hasn't changed. All it is price coming down a little bit, some people getting out, stopping out, taking profit, whatever it is. But those are the type of names that people are going to rush back into. So the same thing you saw with like Palantir. Palantir looked awful. And it still doesn't look like fantastic yet, but Palantir looked really bad on Friday. And once again, the market gets a little bit of a bounce, and look what the like favored stocks do.
Yeah, just a big gap up off the low. Here's the close, 167, and we open basically right here at 175. That's a big candle. Bearish Harami, maybe. Like get the big candle.
Yeah, inside. I mean, it's an inside day candle retrace.
Right.
Like, there's nothing like Hood to me looks way better than Palantir.
Yeah.
But just like the example is, the stocks that people love the most are the ones that they're going to rush back into when the market starts to look good again, when the new year gets going, stuff like that. But those are the names people want to own, and they're willing to buy dips on probably quicker than some other names.
Palantir, if you want to be in it or you like it, for me, I'm not even going to touch this thing until it's above 181 or 182 and back above the 50. Because right now you got these moving averages just stuck here. Like, until you can get back above there, like these are just going side. Look at the 50. It's just straight sideways.
We talked about this with Paul earlier, but the funniest thing that I did see this weekend was Maduro just found out why Palantir trades at a 400 forward P.
Yeah.
That was the funniest one I did see.
But look, I mean, you go all the way back to August, this stock has done nothing. I mean, it's had a range, right? But where are you? What are we? Almost maybe lower third maybe of this area right here, this whole space. You've really gone nowhere. So, and this candle, not friendly. So again, if you want to be in this thing north of 181, 182, reclaim these moving averages, and then I'd be more excited about buying some, but I wouldn't be like trying to swing calls in this right now. Not me. Amazon's the one I just like, what are we doing with this? Like, this is just, I don't know what I want to do. Almost looks like a Chinese stock. There's so many gaps all over. It's just the earnings. I don't know. What do you do with this? Regular buy a condor on it. Hopefully it goes the other. It breaks somewhere, or it just keeps going sideways. 200 sideways, the 50, the 20. Everything's just moving to the right, flat. No direction.
Just close my spreads. Close them.
I ain't closed mine. Mine's still up there.
No, I didn't close them. I'm just telling the market just close my spreads.
Close them.
Yeah.
They're worthless. I ain't doing shit now.
Yeah,
I've got to figure out the sizing because, like, I keep nailing entries on these spreads, but then I look and I'm like, well, I'm up too much on these. Like, I went too heavy.
Like, because consistency?
Yeah, well, that's the main thing. And I guarantee if I'm making that much, I'm risking way too much.
Oh yeah.
So I just
Are you going wider or bigger or more contracts? Are you an SPX?
Today I did.
Yeah, he's doing SPX.
I did SPX. I did 69 30s and 69 50s.
Hey, let's go, brother. I did $10 wide. I did 69 30s and 69 40s at 55.
I think that's all I did. I can't remember.
What was your premium? How many contracts did you do?
Too much.
Can never be
tell
too
you.
much.
No, it was because I added to it.
I almost did. I thought about it because mine went to like $1. I was down like 75-80%, and then it hit the spot where I was looking to finally go short on SPY. So I didn't add to the credit spread. I just left it alone, and then the risk I put on back in the market was shorting SPY, and then we caught high of day, banked on the puts, and then caught credit spread, came back green, and now
okay. So I did
98%. But
I started out like my starter. I did 69 20, 69 40s. I only did like 4 of those, but then when we pushed a little bit higher, I did 69 30, 69 50s, and I got 0.85 credit the first time and 1.4 credit the second time. But I did like 10 each time, so I think I did way too many.
yeah, I mean, I made
$2,300 and I closed out like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I did 10 today as well. But so for me, I mean, max profit $550. Usually my normal
wide on 10 contracts is 10 G's if it goes in the money.
Yeah, my risk was way too high. My risk was like 20K, I think, which I could have just flattened all. So like I guess like knowing that, like I just kind of. But it can go against you quick.
20K, but it's really never going to see that. You're never going to let it go. I mean,
no, you would take a stop or an exit or whatever. And my only thing is like I'm just trying to, because I have this 50K Vanquish account. I'm just trying to figure out like my sizing and my timing on these. So I'm still like learning on these spreads. Like I understand the spreads, but I'm trying to figure out my risk management and my sizing. Like I get the rest of it's fine. I'm just trying to adjust to the account size here.
I think one thing that I do, I mean, it's because I trade these credit spreads during the day or iron condors and stuff. But like I target 50% of net credit. So if you're taking, if you're collecting $1, like I want to take it off at 50 cents, because the last thing you want to do is be down you're up 70% profit and the thing, we get some news and it wicks against you and blows you out to 5G loser, like, or you got to put in a stop loss or something. But I like to target 50% of net credit from all the research I've done and stuff. Like, that seems to be your probability, your win rate goes up dramatically. But the other thing, like, I'm just pulling up here, like on SPX, like I put on mine up here at like right around the 69.10 is when I started to sell them. Once I seen we tagged this resistance over here, and I wanted to see how we acted. We kind of just started to go sideways, and then as we started to build out that kind of point of control in ES, I said this is probably where we'll end up. Like, I just started seeing all this volume in here, and I'm like, all right, I put it on like right in here. And what have we done? We just went sideways.
Yeah. Well, I had, like, the way I read the charts, like, it worked out perfectly. Like, I was like, okay, even if we get through this like 905 area, I don't think we're gonna, like, if we I was thinking, okay, we'll probably reject at that 920, which was previous all-time high, 69.20.
Yeah.
If not, the gap fill was to 69.30, and I was like, okay, well, even at worst case scenario, if it hits that gap, I still think there's a good chance that it doesn't go, at least comes back down. So I at least get a chance to get out or reassess up there. So that's why I picked those strikes that I did today. Like
Same.
What on the how wide do you guys usually go? 2 strikes, 4 strikes? I've been playing around with both of those, just trying to see which one I like better.
I do $10 wide right now.
I do typically when I'm doing iron condors, I do 20. Like, if I'm 20 wide, the only thing is I'd rather do, at least if you're trading in an active account, I'd rather do wider and less contracts because the exchange fees on SPX are expensive.
I agree. Iron condors, you're gonna do both sides. Then I think $20 wide is usually pretty good for me. Day trading though, SPX, just call credit spread, put credit spread at areas of support, resistance, whatever it is. I like doing $10 wide. Also, Weeble, if you do a $20 wide spread on SPX, good luck getting filled for the first little bit. I swear to God, you'll put the order in, you'll be sitting there, and they'll try to get 60, and they'll tell you that's at 60. But if your bid is like 45, the ask can be like 70 or 75, and it's like a $20-something difference on the premiums. Like, you're like, why aren't you filling the order? But my broker won't fill it. Weeble won't do it if the spread is way too wide. So doing the $10 wide spread is a lot easier for me to get filled on. So that's the reason why I do. There's nothing worse when I'm trying to close out that trade for plus 60, 70%, and Weeble won't fill it because, like, my bid is 0.05 and the ask is 0.20. So it's like $15, $20 wide. I'm trying to get in the middle somewhere like 10 or 15, and it won't fucking fill.
Here's why. Here, I can help you with that. So here's one thing you can do. If you're in a spread, at least if you're in an iron condor, you can just buy the middle. So just buy your short strikes back, because if your long strikes are too far out of the money and there's no bid on them, they're not going to get filled. So what you can do is just go in and
close the one side of the leg.
Yeah, or close the middle. Like, if I'm at an iron condor sometimes and I'm, let's say I'm 20, 25 wide and it's late in the day, there's no bid on the long strikes because they're so far away. They're 1 deltas, 2 deltas at that point, whatever they are. So
Correct.
I'll just close the meat. So it's like, hey, I still got a little juice. Just try to close your short strikes. So you usually be able to get filled on those and let the other ones, if they're 2, 5 pennies, like, who cares? Just let them expire worthless. You know what I mean? So that's one way you can get out of them. Because a lot of times it's your long strikes that you're trying to sell that nobody wants for 5 cents because they're one delta.
Everybody else is trying to sell them too.
Yeah, right? Like, nobody wants out of them. So you just buy your short strikes back if you're in an iron condor, or same thing on a if you're one-sided, you can just buy the short put back or the short call back and just let the other, if it's marking for 5 cents, let your long strike expire worthless. And usually you can get filled on those most of the time.
This question, or whatever, this comment question right here. So, like, I've been playing with the 4 and the 2. You can obviously manually set it up and all that stuff. It's much easier to deal with and figure it out for me, at least, just going up to the 4 that they do. You can go 2 wide or 4 wide, or I think it's like 1 through 4 or whatever, but I just use the built-in version on that DEX or whatever, DX Trader or whatever it's called. But yeah, you can manually do all of it, and it's funny because like sometimes you'll hear Knots or KC. I'm sure Will does this. Yeah, I've done this a couple times, starting to toy around with it. Instead of doing like an iron condor off the bat, you can essentially do one side of the iron condor, and then price bounces, you do the other side later, and so you can work yourself into an iron condor during the day by just doing one side at a time.
Yep, you can ladder into it. Like today, I pulled up the hourly, but the reason that I did, like, as we ramped this morning, I was looking, like, I just looked left and I'm like, hey, you got these couple point of controls where there's overlapping value, like right in here. So I figured, I'm like, if we're going to come, we'll probably at least come to this area and do something, right? And that's where I put on the trade, because I'm like, we're probably, and then obviously we tagged this high up here. So that's why, to M's point, is like, when we started to trade above 55 in ES, which is like 69.05 in SPX, I figured even if we got a little bit of a wick higher, it wasn't just going to run through this, because we'd already run so much, and you got these points of controls that were to my left. So that's kind of what I looked at when I put it on. And then we backed off from it. So, yeah, on the spreads, I try to like this morning, if you tried to open it at the open, you can, but I like to try to figure out how the market's going to trade, like what direction. And then I look at the internals as well. Like, are we getting a lot of ticks to the upside or the downside that are aggressive? Like, what does the breadth look like? And then that's when I, if everything's kind of gets a little bit more neutral, where you have sectors going in different directions, that's when like iron condors are good. Or, if I'm one-sided and we get a rally, but everything looks a little bit more bearish, I'll sell the call side, or vice versa. I'll sell the puts if everything, it comes in and things look a little bit more bullish on the internals, then I'll sell the put spread.
I like this comment right here too. Like if you're short, if you're short calls at 69.20 and you're long at 69.40, they get up 50%, kind of like Will was saying. You could close those out, lock those in. Honestly, you could keep the other ones if you wanted to. I mean, they're depending on where they're at in the day, but if they're, low bid and there's nothing there, I mean, what's that like? If they're at 0.05 or 0.10 or 20 or something like that, I mean, is that a huge difference in what you're going to make versus having maybe just a little protection if things like start spiking or going crazy into the end of the day? It's not a terrible thought. I try on the spreads to keep it a little bit more simplistic of, here's where I think we're going to stay today. Here's where I see support and resistance. Like KC was saying earlier, I'm going to sell premium above this or below this either way. And then goes in my favor most of the day. I'm going to start locking in profit and not even worry about it. Like, I would love to, let them expire if I could, but I'm still trying to figure it out on the sizing side of things. But if I'm up on it, I don't mind just closing it out. Now, obviously, if you have day trade considerations and stuff like that, that's something else to consider. A lot of times you're building up an account. You don't want that extra day trade on there, right, Casey? Isn't that how it, like if you close it out, doesn't it hit you with a day trade unless you just let it expire?
For
SPX?
Like if you're under the 25K, which hopefully they get rid of that soon. But like, I think that's what Knots was saying the other day was like, if you have like 5 or 10K in your account, you're trading, a small account, you're doing spreads.
Correct.
And you, if you close it out, you're going to get hit with with a day trade.
Correct.
But if you just let it expire, it doesn't count it. Is that how it works?
That is correct. Yeah, because it's just going to be cash settled. It's not going to count as you closing it for a day trade. So you're good. IWM rolling over, by the way, into the close here. SPY starting to get a little bit of a candle downside. Watch to see if we do flush.
Yeah, IWM rolling.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they don't just square off if that one comes down and tech pushes back up or something.
I wouldn't be surprised if SPX just pulls back down to 6,900 and close there.
Just close right there. That would make the most sense to me. Just pin it, or like 05, just pin it 05.
You got some thin structure here too. Look at this. The structure gets below here. It could get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, there could be an entry here. NQ, POC, and VWAP for both 601 and 604. I have algo levels as support as well, but you're kind of sandwiched.
We're
Your
just
mic's going up just a little bit there, Joe.
the other thing to the
Better?
back credit spreads is if you are trading them, it's your width is one thing, but it also depends on what your short delta is. So I'm always looking at for day trades, depending on what it is. Like I like to be around that 15 delta, maybe 16, 17, something like that. That's like a good starting point. Iron condors, I mean, you can get up to 20 if you want to do it, and they usually do come in pretty good, but I don't like to be tighter than that. So if you're short strike, you should be, I would say, 20 delta or less. I don't want to go to like a 7, 8 delta because the risk reward is too low. If you're trying to spread that wider, you can get you can get yourself into trouble. So I like that 15 to 18 delta, no more than 20. If volatility is higher, I will go in a little bit. I'll go to a 20 delta. If it's a little lighter, I might get a little further out on the short strikes. Because the other thing is when your deltas are a little tighter and you're closer to, obviously the out of the money ones are going to decay the fastest, but they also have the most gamma risk at the end of the day. So you got to be careful on those. Cheap for a reason.
But yeah, you gap up 1% on the day, and then just have that was the other thing. So like obviously like banks, energy, a lot of these other names were all strong today, but like a lot of tech did not participate at all. I mean, like you look, Nvidia's down, Broadcom and Apple are both down bad. Microsoft's been weak all day. It's break even. Google's break even. I mean, without the largest weighted stocks, it's hard to get much follow through on a big move. I mean, they could have played some catch up, I guess, but like just from what I was seeing in the price action this morning was, hey, like these banks and these minerals and energy names and all this stuff. Like a lot of them are flying. Some things like Hood and some other Palantir, some of these other things.
Lower weighted sectors. That's
yeah, but they're all lower weighted.
Right.
So like, I mean, your Mag 7 or your top 10 tech stocks, well, all of them kind of, I mean, some of them were okay. I mean, what was it? Amazon and Meta were decently strong out of the gate, but they're like the only ones. And so I was like, okay, just don't think we're really going to get a big follow through here to the upside if they aren't participating, if your leaders aren't really participating. So all we've really done is chopped, so that kind of worked out.
I mean, look at this candle on, this is XLK, right? I mean, we literally wicked to the trend line this morning.
Yeah.
And then just boom.
Then you go look at XLF and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. So that one's the other one, right? The candle was vertical. Now that's coming in a little bit. And now you're getting like
new all-time high.
Now
XLE, I think, was new all-time high.
NVIDIA, right? Yeah, XLE. But XLE is, 3% of the S&P. It's a small piece. So XLK is roughly 34%. Your second one is going to be financials, which is XLF. So that's your next one. And then you got, I think communications is the next one, or healthcare. One of the two. They're about the same, about 10%. So healthcare is one, which obviously that wasn't looking good off the open either. So that's where you get those divergent sectors, and that's why you're like, well, if tech doesn't participate and it's only banks, it's going to be hard to drag the market a lot higher unless you get tech, healthcare, and communications going all in the same direction. And the other one would be
yeah, I haven't looked at the numbers in a while. I'm pulling them up right now because I just have those rough. As of January 2026, information technology 34.4%. Obviously dominated by the magnificent seven giants like NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple. Financials 13.4%. Communication services 10.6%. Consumer discretionary is 10.4%. Healthcare is 9.6%, and then it goes down from there.
What I've been
The
surprised to see too is like leaders in the sense of like nations. You know what I mean? Like the Euro Stock 50 and the FTSE's flying, and it's
Yeah, you
looking
know,
like
Yeah.
our SPX and our Qs are lagging.
why don't we
yeah.
just quickly let's pull up the international stuff just
Not to
for
cut you off before. I'm
Oh, dude, go look at Latin America. Look at what is it? IW. What is it?
IWZ or
ILF. ILF.
Yeah, that's big. There you go. That's actually
ILF
a
looks.
chart.
ILF looks good. That's why, like, it's Latin America, but it's obviously the news. Whatever, people are excited about it, but
Look,
for,
look
like,
at 50, nice upward
it's a,
sloping.
it's a good-looking chart. Like the chart looks really
Sideways
good.
and then boom. It looks nice, actually. I like that.
EEM as well, kind of general.
Yeah, EEM's gonna have more China in there, obviously, and you look at names like Baidu, and Baidu's had a big
Yeah,
run.
and those are doing really well today too. Or they were earlier. I haven't looked since, but Bob
Yeah,
and Baidu.
Baidu on the daily. Look at that big gap up the last few days. That's driving that.
These two candles of Baidu are hilarious. Look at that.
I know, dude.
What is
Yeah,
that?
K-Web is another one. K-Web off the low, so that's a big component of EEM, which is the China Internet ETF. That's another one.
Interesting to see.
MOC.
Close.
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you got for MOC?
Let's
Look at this, the
see.
DAX. New all-time. Is that all-time highs? I think so.
Amazon sell side. Tesla's sell side. Intel and Apple are actually buy side. Yeah, there's no real like significant names on here. Marvell's a buy side. Verizon sell side. There's not really significant
I'm seeing on the
amounts.
S&P as a whole, minus 1.2 billion, on the Nasdaq minus 500 million, on the Dow minus 400, and on the Mag 7 minus 600.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling those out. I saw it, but I couldn't tell if it was buy or sell.
I got it
couldn't get
from
back to it.
Financial Juice.
Yeah, I just couldn't. I couldn't get back to the screen fast enough. I
You
saw
good?
all the numbers, but I didn't like see if they were buy or sell, so I didn't want to just say it wrong.
See if they bring it down to 6,900 right before close.
Yeah, I still think maybe 2 levels here. They're going to bring it back to the 40, about 5 points lower. I mean, your range on what futures is roughly, what do you got? 25, 30 points? Not even 25? Nothing crazy.
Was it
EWZ, is that the other one?
EWZ is Brazil. EWW is Mexico. I think there's another. But a lot of that, I mean, Mercado Libre is going to be pretty heavy weighted in some of those.
Yeah, Brazil was up here, and now you got.
I think Mercado Libre is weighted pretty heavy in some of those.
Yeah,
I haven't looked. I was looking at like just the current
look at that
top
candle.
10 weightings of SPY.
Woo! Hello, Mercado Libre just on a face ripper.
There seems like the start of our downside on the indices.
Back to the ES.
I get a
I
sponsorship.
mean, like minute by minute, you know, it's nothing.
Mercado Libre, yeah, you got it. There it is. Show them the bag.
I'm assuming these are Los Reyes that come tonight. I'm assuming these are gifts for my kids. Everyone wants you to switch to dark mode.
Dark mode? I could. It's tough.
You don't have to if you're. No, you do what you're used to. Jordan's been fighting me on it too. Jordan does this like cream.
Will, don't let them change you. You stay bright white charts. Do not let them change you. No.
You like the light charts?
You know what? Better keep.
Never.
So much better.
Never.
Light charts. 10 times better.
I
Just
got
wake
dark-
up and get flashbanged. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that how you wake up in the morning? Just flashbang?
Look at this. Look at this. 6,900 SPX right there.
In Thinkorswim, all my charts are dark, but in TradingView, I've had them on light. I get a little
White charts matter, all right? White charts
right.
matter, bro.
White charts matter.
White charts matter, bro.
Oh,
I don't know what to tell you.
These SPX 6,900s, I saw them at $80. Now they're at 170. Look at this.
Nice.
Just freaking
There
going
it is,
straight to
SPX.
it. Yep. Look at that. With how much time we got? Plenty of time. 5 minutes left. They can rug it some more. Underneath 6,900, he's gonna bounce it.
Come on, AMD. Rug it, rug it, rug it.
Rug City.
200, 220.
This would have been the butterfly of the day, right at 6,900.
My God.
Oh, they're gonna hold it right here. You watch.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised.
Then we're gonna have this gap down here for tomorrow.
I don't know. They may flush it here. They flush it, close it under here. It's going to look like a rejection on the daily.
Yeah, you got all this. I mean, POC definitely migrated higher, but not much.
The NASDAQ is under the 20-day again. It's crazy. The 9 and 21, 20-day and 50-day are all within like 70 points of each other on a 25,000 point instrument. That's crazy.
Jensen speaking right after the close. Oh, yeah. Evan's there.
Yeah, got Jensen.
Evan's
you
just
go.
hanging out there.
Leroy Jensen.
Yeah. Look
Pretty
at.
sweet.
We're just gonna sit in this triangle. I'm telling you. And then we're gonna have fireworks, one way or the other. I don't know where we're going, but we're going somewhere.
And for a lucky SPY, we'll rug to 686.70 real quick. But
I'll pull up. Let's do Qs and just for everybody else trading that. I mean, it's the same chart, but either again, whether it's NFP, whatever. I mean, here this gets us into Fridays right here. We don't have a lot of time to figure this out, so you're gonna get some type of move. Either it's gonna be this, or it's gonna be this. You guys,
Come on, AMD. Give me a new low day.
Even with what you were just saying, Will, we're getting closer to earnings on some of the earlier companies.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I don't like that because I feel like people are going to start running up into that.
dude, IREN. Oh my God.
Brent,
It's really
Justin
running the bank
stopped the
stuff
normal
into it. I'll
Discord.
tell you that, and that's the first to report. So
Justin ended up stopping the normal Discord and just does his like official mentorship thing now. But
Ooh,
we're still
Microsoft.
homies. Still talk to him. We're just not like doing that Discord room anymore.
Dude, what a day for
It was
Iron.
fun though. They converted a lot of people to their mentorship and are just doing that now. It's called
Iron was up.
Exit Plan.
woo,
Dude,
that thing
I
is
know.
looking. That is
I'm
a
so, so upset, dude. So upset.
I think
An
not in that
RKT.
one.
Spreads about to expire. Let's go.
Let's go. Microsoft
Extra
closing a little bit
$500.
ugly on the daily.
Yeah.
So I was just going through some of these daily
Oh,
charts
man.
to see.
That
You know what
don't
this
look
is
good.
called? Anybody know what this is called? The Batman trade.
The bat.
Yeah. Like,
Oh, yeah, I love that one. It's
oh,
like the tower
ARM.
out there in Nashville. You ever been to
Let's
Nashville? They have
go.
the Batman Tower.
ARM. New low of day here. Come on. Let's fucking go.
I'm gonna say Microsoft below the 200, not gonna be good for the NDX. No way, no
No
how.
bueno.
Just nothing exciting there. I sold out into February. I sold some calls in the call spreads.
Dude, look at Apple.
Yeah, that's another one.
All right, 335 here on ARM.
That range is weird.
Listen, Apple and Microsoft looking like this is not good for the indexes in any way.
Well, that's what I was just going to call out just a second ago. NVIDIA, 7.38% of SPY. Apple, 7%. Microsoft, 6.25%. It's 20% of your entire index right there. And all three of those are red today.
Correct. And don't look good. And on the daily,
it can be healthy for like the broadening of the market, but you're not going to get any like crazy breakout moves with the 3 heaviest weighted, stocks that just red and not doing well and not looking good either.
No, like on the longer time frames, like they just don't look healthy. I mean, you have Apple now decisively below the 50-day, right?
$125 per contract gain on the ARM 115 puts. Going to swing runners free if they go in the money, but new lows right here into the close.
We're in the last minute.
You're going to need some help there. I mean, your top 10 biggest stocks, I don't love any of the charts. Don't love them. I love the lasers coming out of KC's.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Laser beams.
It was a day.
I need the argument that somebody can, like, why the indexes should just power higher. Like, I can't go through all these charts and say, like, I just don't see this pattern like this. It's more of a distribution pattern where, like, again, you tried to make this high and just didn't do it. Like,
they pinned it.
Oh, ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding.
Who would have guessed?
Where did we close? 2 points over it?
Yeah, they went down to 68.98 and they closed it at 69.02. So
if we get a dip by tomorrow to like 68.80,
almost right at what Thursday's high, we closed it right there, basically.
Who would have guessed?
If we get a dip to 68.80 tomorrow, that might be the long.
Good job.
Yeah.
SPX call credit spreads on the challenge account for 2026 expired full profit 100%.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
We reclaimed all the moving averages.
We are bad.
Like Tesla
TQQ reclaimed everything with the 20. What'd you say about Tesla?
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, what were you saying?
I was saying, like, when you look at the big names, like we're saying Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, Netflix, Broadcom, Oracle, like the semi names, AMD, like none of them look great, right? The charts, like on a daily time frame, like they're kind of, I would say, either bearish or no man's land or sideways, which to get acceleration in the indexes, you need these to participate. We can get the other 4 or 5, the 400 stocks in the S&P to do it, but you can't have 30% of the weighted stocks in there, which is those 10 top 10 or more. You need help from them to move the index. You just do, in a more meaningful way.
It seems so selective.
I hate to sound bearish, but like, because we're not like bearish, but I'm just saying, like, the leaders need to lead for a significant move. Like, you can get this choppy or float higher type of thing, but the leaders led up, they led down, they led up. They've kind of led down a little bit here. They need to come back and lead for us to really get going. Now, maybe that's earnings in 2 weeks or so, but that's the main watch that I have in the broad market right now. And
yeah,
just are the leaders actually going to lead us? Because like without Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, like you need those to really lead you, and they have been leading for a strong period of time. Like 3 years basically. 2023 basically, I think, is when they kind of really started going. And if they're not leading, then I just wonder what can the market as a whole actually do. Now, there's going to be a lot of individual opportunities, different names, sectors, and all that stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for the indices themselves to have a significant move anywhere, you need the leaders to go back to leading, which this catch-up is healthy. It's broadening of the market. It's healthy. But that's what I'm looking at to see before I really get excited about like another a full leg up in the market.
Yeah, where you're talking 2, 3, 4, 500 points higher in SPX, we're going to like 74, 7,500, something like that. Like the only constructive out of the big names is probably Google, but that's also run a lot too. So that's probably the most constructive out of all of them, as long as we stay kind of in this area. I mean, you get some strength there.
Look,
has had a big run.
If we hit 7K on the S&P, it's only 1%. What is it? 1.5% higher, somewhere in that range. It's not far. like, but to get a significant move out of this, like, from where we're at to get a 3-4% move out of here or larger, I think you got to have strong earnings. You got to have these leaders go back to leading the market.
Yep.
The sideways act. I mean, look, the credit spreads. So like this comment right here, you can do credit spread. Honestly, you can do credit spreads no matter what in any market, even in a breakout market. Statistically, most of your moves happen overnight anyway. That's why swing trading is so popular, because most of your moves, like your significant moves in the market, happen overnight and then consolidate during the day. But as a whole, if you're like swinging spreads right now, like I feel like you could probably comfortably sit in some type of sell premium until something changes. Now, obviously, job data on Friday, earnings season's like 2.5 weeks away, and then tons of other pieces of data coming out. Whatever the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs, I mean, that's on the horizon. So we're gonna get some fireworks here at some point. I don't know which direction, but we should get some fireworks here before too long.
Doesn't even seem like doom and gloom, put all your money in the mattress, but it's just like, don't try to hit the gas when just everybody else is letting off and all the cars are going behind you. You don't want to be going full speed into that empty bridge.
I would agree. I would just say, like, on the weekly,
caution flags out.
Whoa. Is that real Zeta?
What is it?
Zeta, is that candle real?
I'm seeing it too.
Yeah.
That candle's real? Holy shit.
Wow.
I see it as well, yeah.
Oh.
What's the news?
I don't see any
Motherfucker, 22.5 calls just went in the money. Why couldn't they do that before?
I know, during the market. Oh.
What
23.
is going on? Holy shit.
Are they getting mentioned at the CES thing just started? Zeta, hold on. Partnership with OpenAI.
Hold, motherfucker, hold.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
That shit better hold into the
It's
bar.
up 7% right now.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
You're gonna see this name all over X tomorrow.
Where's nuts?
Bro,
Yeah, right?
let me sell. Damn, shouty. Why'd you have
Yeah,
to wait
OpenAI
until
partnership
after
is actually
market
moving things again.
Gosh, dang it, man.
Yeah, that's wild. There you go.
What the fuck?
Ticker O offering.
That's probably not.
Oh, is realty income.
It's yeah.
It's a REIT.
I love how they announced that right after like the market closed, in case he couldn't get out of his calls.
I know,
Yeah.
right? They're probably what the shit? How much? So right before market closed, they were up 32%, and now they're in the fucking. I guarantee you, those things are probably closer to 80 to 100.
Yeah,
With the fucking volatility right now,
that CES is starting right now, by the way.
Lit.
Wow. Well, it's a way to close out the day.
Yeah, no kidding. I'll just leave you with this big weekly or daily chart on the SPX.
Yeah.
Here you go. Look at this divergence that's developed. And look at what happened when it started to develop over the past. You get this candle, October 10th. You get another run up. Then you guess what? Guess where we touched? Right to the trend line. Now you form this. Boom. Now you get another. You just keep making lower highs. This is probably equal high here to equal high here. But if you want to go back and look over here, you had kind of a same looking pattern. Look at this. distribution, rallied back to highs, kind of chopped, and then we started selling.
Holy candle! What the shit?
So here's your line in the sand.
Maybe
We
tomorrow
break this
morning
trend line,
already?
we fill this up.
I know Casey just wants to go to sleep and wake up now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to sell. What the? Why did they wait until after hours?
Hey, M said it right before the market closed. Majority of biggest moves happen.
Yeah, dude. Like,
I don't just say
like-
shit, guys.
It's
true. Actual data.
I mean, equity's pumping, but oh my god,
that's
dude,
funny.
let me.
Can't get out of them. Maybe soon they'll have 24-hour options trading, and then
We just
just
need a
be
2x
drinking
leverage
Red Bulls
Zeta
all
ticker
day.
is what we need.
You gonna make me trill in the morning?
You're gonna see a lot of degens are gonna be exposed. We have 24-hour option market.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
I'm gonna get texted at 3.
Vegas will be closed.
Yeah.
Why do you need to sell? Why can't you wait till tomorrow? Because he wants to take his profits and get out. Because by tomorrow it might not be where it's at right now.
Mm-hmm.
It might be. It might come in and sell off overnight. Who knows? You know. I don't expect this with this move that we're seeing necessarily. But you just never know. You could wake up and that shit is in the
Gone.
dumps, and you're like, what did that?
It's like
do?
earnings. You get the first move,
Yeah.
and then you could end up 5% lower. You have no idea.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey. Let's
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put the bad juju. I'm putting positive.
come on now.
Or you could wake up and it could be 35.
Yeah.
No, I think you're gonna wake up and be good. I'm genuinely, but we'll see. All right, y'all. I'm hopping out of here. It's been a hell of a day.
I got skedaddle as well.
But make sure you guys are liking and subscribing. Shout out Leverage, one of our sponsors. Bunch of leverage tickers, 2x leverage tickers that we're always trading. Maybe we get a Zeta leverage ticker one of these days, so Casey can sell his position and not have to worry about options. But all you guys enjoy the rest of the day. We love y'all. We will see you bright and early tomorrow on Spaces and then back on stream.
Love you
Peace out.
guys. Take care.
Later.
See you, everybody.
That's it.